This conference will now be recorded.
Right. Let me know once you're able to see the screen.
Yes, sir, we can able to see the screen.
Okay. So,
Site is small, sir. Okay.
sorry, there is some background noise. Whoever is trying to ask a question or raise a query. Okay. So, first, good. Let's start with like an basics of questions and answers kind of category, such that when I move forward, it will become more easier. Okay, so how many of you are kind of a freshers and some of you are experienced? Am I correct?
Yes, sir. Could you please give your introduction prior to going into, sir?
Yeah, I'll go. I'll give you that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, my name is Vishal. So I'm an VLSI engineer with respect to a backend. So in which I have performed the roles of STA engineer, synthesis, SYN and STA, and PD as well. Okay, and a little bit basics of PV, which I'm not so eco-friendly with that, but I have done with respect to the PV also. And all the tools which I have used is related to the synopsis, and I had a chance to work with respect to the cadence tools. Okay, uh, and my experience and company, I'm not reliving it much because of some confidential issues. So that's why I will stick to this. So my expertise are synth and STA, and as well as PD. These are my expertise. So with respect to this, any questions, any queries, you can be able to ask me at any time. Okay. So this is my small intro, and I'll repeat. My name is Vishal. Okay. Right.
Yeah, sure.
So first question. So how many of you are experienced? Any field?
Myself, I'm Lakshman, sir.
Okay.
I have 3+ years of experience in automotive embedded systems.
Okay.
Currently, I have been working for last 3 years in Aptiv. You might have heard Aptiv, right? Embedded systems.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been working there, and I want to switch my career to VLSI. So now I'm
Okay.
here.
Perfect. Okay, that's great intro. And is there anyone else with experience?
Hi sir, I am Amit
Yes,
Reddy.
ma'am. I am Anjali.
Yeah, one after the other.
I have 2 years of domain experience in SAP FICO field. I'm currently working in DXE technology,
Okay,
and I do want to shift my career to VLSI physical design.
great.
Yeah.
Okay, right. So I heard it's like, to be exact, some kind of IT software and as well as an ID hardware is trying to move into the physical design, or let's say like pure IT backend courses, IT hardware courses. Am I correct? Is there any relevant to the IT VLS?
You're asking me, sir, or everyone?
No, everyone. Is there anyone who
Oh.
is like with respect to IT, IT hardware and working and moving into the backend? So let's say like whenever we are talking about here, we have two different types of cases. So one is front end and back end. So few of you will be moving from front end and moving back to the uh, backend because of some new more terms and some package categories. So because of that, they will be trying to move in. So we have in VLSI front end and back end, and in this particular back end only, sorry.
Hello, my name is Priyanka. So I have actually done internship on front end when I was in college as an
Okay,
associate engineer.
okay,
Yeah, it was just
that's
an internship and there was only theory taught in that and some Verilog codes.
okay, okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Great. So that means like if there is any issues or any understanding with respect to the ferry law, I think so you can be able to help us. It's knowledge sharing. It happens. Okay. Even in industry, what we will try to do is like if there will be many people who is having an experience or expertise in this particular front end, we will be terming it as like RTL designers, verification design engineers, timing constraint engineers, CDC engineers. So like that, there will be multiple teams coming in the case of front end. So they will be trying to move into this particular backend where you will be working in synthesis, STA, PD, PV. Like that, there will be different sign of teams as well. Okay. So like that, we will be having different categories. Now, along with the case, oh sorry, I've written it wrong. The front end engineers who's moving to back end, and during that particular back end, there will be a small debug or let's say a small bug in the present in the RTL. So they will try to take the help of this particular front end engineers and they will try to convert it. Yes, just give me a second.
Hello, we
Again.
can't hear you.
Yeah, yeah, sorry, there was an call, emergency call, so that's why I could not be.
Okay, okay, no
Okay,
problem.
so what I was trying to tell is, so the engineers who is trying to convert from front end to back end, and during that particular small bugs, we will try to take the help of those particular engineers till that particular main issue is resolved. Similarly, there will be some people from the backend team will try to move into this particular front end. So I'll just explain about front end and back end in a slow process. So let's say like interrelative. So there we should be able to do is like a knowledge share. Okay, we should be always performing is like a knowledge sharing, such that what happens is like we can be able to fix the issues and we don't need to wait till the main process gets executed. Okay, because it might take 1 week or 2 weeks till that you cannot stop your process. So for that, for a temporary fix, for those who have an idea about that particular issues, we will be performing as like a knowledge share and fix that issues temporarily. Okay, right. Okay, I can see that internship at Intel, that's good. SOC physical design automation intern. Yeah. So nowadays, okay, so let's get into this topics now, and later on we'll discuss more. We'll get more friendly. Okay, right. So first one, as many of you have moved from different fields, why VLSI? The first and basic question, why VLSI?
Vishal, why VLSI means you're asking why choose
Uh,
VLSI or why do we
yeah,
need VLSI?
why are you choosing VLSI?
Uh, so basically, I'm interested in this electronic devices. How do they work? How do they produced? I want to understand all the process end to end.
Okay,
So I'm currently working in embedded systems, but there we mostly develop the applications, but
right.
we do not get an opportunity to know how the chips really be made. So all these things I don't know. So I'm interested in that. So I just want to understand.
Okay. So
Yeah.
first is like for interest. Next.
And I have have been seeing a lot of engineers. This VLSI engineers are most demanded engineers. One of the most demanded engineers.
So
So I
in
want to be
direct
in the,
terms,
yeah,
I'll tell is like,
yeah.
1 second, there is a background noise. I'm not sure who is that. Okay. Thank you so much for those who has muted here. Okay. So in direct terms, I'll just say is like money, highly paid engineers. Am I correct?
Yes, yes. You are absolutely correct.
So most of you, or let's say like few of you, has moved to this particular field. One is like first thinking, highly paid engineers. Am I correct? Second thing is
Yes. You are
somewhere
correct.
in our inner feeling there will be like I should move to the core field, that is like to the electronics industry. Am I correct? These are the
Good
two
morning,
cases.
sir.
Yeah. Good morning.
My name is Anand Utkarsh, and I've just graduated specifically in Tripoli. So, during my projects, I've mainly worked on circuit designing and Arduino projects. So, which is why I've developed a keen for this segment, VLSI. So, that
Okay.
is why I want to shift to this.
Okay, that's great. So this circuitry and Arduino, it's very much internal to that particular VLSI. So it's
It's
very deep
core
into.
electronics.
Yeah. So, but when we try to do here physical design, I may not require that particular circuitry part. Okay. So based on that particular circuitry, what happens is like RTL code gets developed, but the major requirement here is like designing whatever we are
Oh,
trying to see in that particular chip, how that particular cells are getting placed. That is what we are trying to. I think so. There is an echo of my voice here. Okay, thank you so much. So what we are trying to do here is like designing that particular chip in such a way that the Verilog code, inside that particular Verilog code, we have some set information, right? That information we are making it in the format of a physical. That is what a PD engineer is trying to do. Okay, for that, a special inputs files are being required to convert that particular logical information to physical information. And we are using separate tools for that particular cases. Okay. Right.
Noted, sir.
And right. And in few more cases, few of you, or let's say most of you, are really excited to get to know is like how that particular millions of transistors are getting inserted into a smaller circuit, and how are we going to be developing it. And you would be hearing some concepts. So for those freshers, or let's say like a little bit of experience, this is the curiosity, how those millions are getting placed, million transistors are getting placed in a smaller circuit. Second case, how that particular manufacturing process is getting done. All this kind of curiosity will be coming into the picture. Am I correct? So that is also one of a thing to make you to get into the VLSI field. Am I correct? So EC
Yes,
engineers
sir.
or AAA engineers.
Yes, sir.
So those who are
Yes, sir.
interested in ICE, because of that case, you will be coming here. Now, let's get more into that particular VLSI. Okay, so basics will slowly touch everything. Here, one of our friends said earlier is like SOC physical design engineer. Okay, SOC means silicon on chip. Okay, VLSI engineers. So when we are talking about VLSI engineers, there are two different categories here: SOC and ASIC. Okay, SOC and ASIC. SOC means silicon on chip, whereas ASIC means application specific integrated chip. Okay, application specific integrated chip. Now, when we are talking about VLSI engineers, or let's say like VLSI itself, it is of two categories: SOC and ASIC. So by the terms itself, now you would have understood. ASIC means application specific. That means like if you want to perform any singular task, for that you will try to develop an ASIC. Okay, for developing of a singular task, you will try to create is an ASIC flow. But when we are trying to, SOC means a group for a bigger project where you are combining multiple ASICs, is called as SOC. In different terms, okay, in different terms, SOC is going to be telling about your kind of your processors in your phones. Okay, SOC is going to be telling about a processor in your phones. Whereas application specific, it's like just like network. Okay, your network module or your camera module, or uh, let's say audio, video. So like that, only to a particular task if we are mentioning, then we will be terming it as like an ASIC. When all these tasks are grouped together and you are trying to perform a single object, we will be calling it as SOC. So in industry, the SOC level is the highest level engineer. Okay, whereas ASIC level or block level, we will be terming it. Under that particular SOC, we will be having different blocks. For example, let's take our chip. To develop, okay, we will be calling it like SOC is like a chip. Okay, or let's say the final product is a chip. So inside that particular chip, there can be n number of modules. Okay, there can be n number of modules. So when I'm telling about here, the term is modules, different functionalities. So camera functionality, audio functionality, video, network. So like that, we are having a slide different cases of, okay, different cases of uh, internal to that particular chip. So when we are trying to develop from the SOC level, it's like very much difficult to do a single person this many tasks. Okay, single person to perform this many tasks is like a little bit of difficulty. So when I tell difficulty in the terms of duration of the project, okay, in terms of duration of the project, it will be difficult. Then what the SOC level engineer will try to do, okay, will try to do is like, he will try to divide that particular chip into smaller blocks. This each and every module will be handled by a separate team. Inside that camera also there can be a number of processes going on. Okay, inside that particular camera, it's not just camera, right? What you have to do when the power, when you don't want to use the camera, it should turn on, turn off, it should zoom in, zoom out. So like that, there will be different kind of functionalities inside that particular camera also. So to develop this, it might have again a bigger logic. So according to the criticality of that particular design, okay, according to the criticality of that particular design, the number of members in the team will vary. Okay, the number of members in the team can vary. So when I tell about that particular team, so when I'm trying to tell about camera module, let's say first is like camera module team, there will be RTL design engineers, okay, verification engineers, um, synthesis engineers, SIN and STA engineers, PD engineers, PV engineers, like that. One particular team will be having all those particular engineers in hand for each and every specific module or design. Okay, they will be expertise in that only. When they want to, but RTL and there will be front end team, right? They will be getting expertise with respect to that particular module or that particular design in that particular project. Moving to the next, backend engineers, they can be able to easily shift between that particular projects based on the criticality of that particular project. So let's say camera, I am almost done. Okay, but this audio and network, PD engineers are getting delayed, or let's say they have some health issues and they took a long off. Then I will try to shift this particular engineers into this particular audio. Okay, from this particular camera to this particular audio or network, as I want to close that particular design. So like that, there will be shifting of engineers. Okay, where VPD, we know the very much internal functionality of that particular design. We just know is like the overview circuitry of that particular design. That means camera audio is connected. That means when audio is on, okay, let's say music is playing, I don't want camera to be working, so I'll turn it off, turn it on. So like that, there will be some internal cases which has those communications. So this kind of overview picture is what we have the idea. But internal to it, let's say the AND gate or buffer is connected in this case. That circuitry we don't care. Okay, that circuitry, when we go slowly, we will be taking about that into the consideration. But when we consider here, we don't want that particular case. So for overview is clear.
Clear, sir. One
Yes,
doubt.
sir.
SOC stands for system on chip, right?
Oh
I
yeah,
think
silicon on chip or system on chip.
system on chip. Okay,
In
fine.
both the cases, we can be able to tell. Okay,
Yeah, fine.
right. Any other questions?
No, sir.
Oh, so the first and foremost requirement whenever you go as a physical design or let's say any VSI engineer, right? Just we have to get an ideology about ASIC flow. So you would have heard this particular ASIC flow terminology during your engineering. Am I correct?
Yeah, yes, sir.
But we really didn't care much during that particular time. Okay, so all that what is it, Sankustapana is from that particular engineering only. Okay, now whenever we are talking about this particular VLSI industry, first is like ASIC flow. In this particular ASIC flow, based on this particular ASIC flow only, what has happened is like we will be having the front end team and back end team getting decided. Okay, front end and back end is getting decided based on this particular ASIC flow understanding. So now when we are, does anyone have an ideology about the ASIC flow?
Yes, sir.
If anyone have an ideology, please let me know.
Um,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I know,
well, for
sir.
the
I know,
Sorry, one by one.
sir. Sir, I know, sir. I'm an expert. Currently, I'm pursuing it.
Yeah, yeah, Pranay, go ahead.
Yes, sir. First one, sir, is the design specification.
Okay, you can go ahead.
Then, sir, logic design.
Okay,
Sir, after the logic design, sir, there is a functional verification.
okay,
Then, sir, logic synthesis. Then, sir, formal verification. Then, sir, STA. Then, sir, floor planning and placement.
okay. I'll
Then,
just
sir,
mention it as PD.
clock tree synthesis.
That all will be coming under physical design.
Further, routing, then sign off, and GDS too.
So we are starting with respect to the flow actually. Yes, routing. I'm making spelling mistakes. Okay, after this I know again validation. Sorry, I have written after it. Post silicon validation. Is this the ASIC flow according to your ideology? Am I correct? So this is
Yes.
right. Any other modifications anyone wants to do here?
I think there is one more step like DFT.
Right, correct. DFT theme system. So instead of writing it like separate steps, I'll mention it in a single stage of formal verification, CLP. So like that, we have several teams here parallelly working. Okay. Now, I'll tell you why I have written here synthesis, DFT, formal verification, STA, CLP, like that, many teams in a single line. One by one, we will try to go. Okay. We'll term it like RTL design. Okay, a logic design or RTL design engineers. Now, the simpler idea I'll try to give you. What we are trying to tell is, I want to develop a chip. Whenever, let's say like you're standing in a classroom, and whenever a person is entering into through that particular door, it should say welcome. I want to develop a chip which is trying to say only that particular terminology. Okay, hi, welcome. So this is what it should try to repeat whenever a person enters. That is my idea. Now, for that particular idea development, what should I know first? As we say, first is I have the idea. With respect to that particular idea, okay, with respect to that particular idea, I will, whenever, let's say simple, whenever you write for a very long design engineer, or let's say anyone who is performing coding, I'll just give you an question. If you want to develop a code and you have an idea, what you will try to do with respect to that idea first?
Research.
Right? First one is research. Next, so basic thing, whenever you have an idea and you want to develop a code, the first thing you will try to develop how to write that code. The first thing you will try to do is like prepare a flow chart. Am I correct?
Yes, yes.
So with respect to that particular flow chart, you will be getting an ideology of how to develop or how to divide that code and develop it faster. Am I correct? As I said, right? Whenever a person is entering, I want to say it welcome. For that, first thing is like I have to get to know the ideology of the sensors. What all sensors I need to use. Next, I need a camera also. Okay, sensor detection, either movement detection or through facial recognition. Okay, next, audio. So like that, I'm getting different kind of understandings when I try to write it in the format of a flowchart. And with respect to this particular flow chart, I will also be able to get to know is at which particular frequency. So here, when as we are getting into the internal understanding of this particular ASIC flow, I'll just go through that particular terms. Okay, when we are talking about VLSI, what are the three major terminologies which you require? For example, let's say your mobile phones. What are the first three requirements you will try to look?
Camera, processor, storage, RAM.
Camera, RAM. Next,
So storage,
yeah, camera, processor, RAM, storage,
um,
Battery.
battery.
battery. Perfect. So from this, I'll just tell us like, so camera is used for your photography. If you're interested in photography related, you will look into that particular photography. But the basically, whenever you want to buy a phone, the first thing you will try to look into is what is the processor. Okay, what is that particular processor? 870, 880, 3nm, 4nm, Snapdragon, Helium. So like that, different names of processors you will try to look into. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
So first thing, processor. That also indicates that along with that particular processor, you will be seeing is like 2.4 gigahertz processor, 1.2 gigahertz processor, quad core, octa core. Like that, you will try to see is that particular variant also and the frequency also, right? Speed. The first terminology is speed you have looked into. Because you want to perform multitasking, then obviously I need is like a speed. The next criteria is you will look into battery backup. Okay, battery backup. So how much time, or let's say 4500 mAh or 4700 mAh. So like that you are trying to look it. That means the runtime of that particular phone. But in here, I'm not going to be using that terminology. I'm going to be using here is voltage power. Required for the chip to be working. It's not your battery power. Okay, here the power is like used for your chip to be working. So speed, power, and what will be the next? Area. The last and final. That means whenever you're talking about this VLSI, the three major terminologies you should always remember is like speed, power, area. Okay, speed, power, area. So as that particular power requirement is getting increased, or let's say frequency, you want more functionality and more processing and everything, obviously the area of that particular design is going to be increased. Okay, more functionality, more requirement, more battery backup required. So for all that particular features getting added and added, they are trying to increase the area of the phone. So that's why you will be seeing is like the phone size and the tablet size is getting similar. Okay, with that 8 GB RAM, 4 GB RAM, all that 6.7 inches phone, 7 inches phone, all that particular parts are getting increased. Okay, so these are the three major terminologies linked with respect to the VLSI. Whenever we want to develop a chip, it's based on one of the feature, majorly one of the feature. Clear?
Clear, sir.
Okay. So now for that particular case, what I will try to do is get an idea, and with respect to that particular idea, I should convert it into a flow chart. And from that particular flow chart, what should I do? I should divide that particular modules, and for that particular modules, what is the power, speed, and area requirement has to be decided. Okay, so let's say, for example, I want to develop a phone itself. For that particular development of phone, I need is like camera. Basically, I need is like battery module, and next is like network module, and after that the extra features like camera, audio, uh, so and so, right? So for that particular features, we are deciding again some voltage requirements, power requirements for that particular module. So let's say, for example, does, with respect to whatever we know, I'm asking based on that only. For example, when we want to develop, whenever your phone is in use, your network module will always be active, right? So when you stop using your phone, will your network be having, or let's say like using the same amount of power, or will it be acting as like a
Passive, sir.
passive? So, but it's the same module, right? As it is having a same module, the level of voltage, or let's say power requirement, is getting varied from pure active to when you're in an ideal state, right? So in that particular cases, there is an voltage variant. Okay, voltage variant. So how do we decide that voltage variant? So all that particular cases in this second step, where we will be calling it them as application engineers, though will be highly experienced. Okay, highly experienced. What they will try to do is, with respect to your idea, as we were discussing, right, flowchart, and from that particular flowchart to that particular different modules, and assigning the different modules to the RTL designers. Okay, so let's say sensors, and with respect to that particular sensor, who is familiarized with respect, or who is experienced with respect to that sensor module, they will try to give it to them with an highest priority. Okay, first preference is those who already have an ideology related to that, he will try to give it to them. So as next, when any freshers, let's say we are going to join, okay, you are going to join as a freshers into that particular field, what they will try to do is add you as a buffers, or let's say like initially support engineers. Okay, in the initial 1 to 2 months, let's say like to get an ideology, a grip of that particular flow of the industry, they will try to give you as a support engineer role. Okay, what they are trying to do, you will try to understand it for the initial cases, and next you will try to do a separate module itself. Initial cases support, after 1 2 months They will try to look into your experience and they will immediately assign 1 or 2 blocks. That happens. It really happened also. RTL, that is with respect to RTL prospecting. Even similar case with respect to the PD also can happen. There is no wrong way. With an high confidence, they will try to provide you 1 or 2 blocks which you can be able to handle it. If you feel difficulty, there will be seniors who is going to be supporting you at that time also. Okay, no wrong. Interactions gets happened here and there. Okay, that's how we develop our knowledge. So ideology is converted to flowchart by the application engineers and divided into the equivalent modules and provided to the RTL designers. So that particular team will take care of that particular module. Okay, and so far, so like that, it will be divided into each and every team. Now let's get more according to what we have written. So first is ideology, and in RTL designers, what they will try to do now, that particular idea where we have is like a vague information, they will try to convert it into the Verilog or VSDL or SV. In any of these particular formats, they will try to develop that particular code. Okay, they will try to develop this code. And I have developed the code. After developing this code, what should I do? I need to check whether the code I have written is following the functionality or not, or let's say the
Testing.
idea. Yeah, correct. Testing, or let's say like verification. Okay, in that verification we will try to do functional verification. So it's not only functional verification, it's also have a stage called as linting. Okay, it also has a stage called as linting and one more stage called as CDC. Okay, there will be again separate teams working for that particular task. Sure. When in few companies, yes, we have to do it by a single engineer based on the criticality of the project. You don't have teams. You can do that particular complete task, or else you will be having a separate team for performing individual tasks. So functional verification, in which I am checking for the functionality of the design, or let's say like the netlist, whether it is following my requirement or not. Okay, only functionality check, no timing, power and all. That is in further cases. Right now, only functional verification. So next is like linting, in which, okay, in which we will try to look into the syntax errors. Okay, in that particular Verilog code, we will try to look into the syntax errors and also whether the code is getting synthesizable or not. Okay, linting, and in that particular linting, syntax errors as well as the code is convertible or not. So like that we have different teams working here, and we will call that particular team as RTL Integration Team. Okay, RTL Integration Team. So what that particular team is going to do is, we have initially created separate modules, right? Camera module separately. sensor separately, audio separately, video separately. Like that, we have developed this different set of modules by different engineers. I should combine all them such that my final idea will be implemented. Okay, my final idea will be implemented. So that team, RTL integration team, will consider all this particular information. Okay, all each and every block information, they will try to capture it and integrate it into a single chip. And again the verification starts. Okay, as they have integrated it, it has become a one complete big net list. They have to verify it again for any syntax errors, functionality errors, mismatch issues. So all that they will try to again cross check that every single bit of information. Okay, RTL integration. So that will be coming in this particular stage itself. Okay, in which they will be integrating different modules to come as a single output. Okay, now the next is, so far clear for everyone?
Yes, sir.
What does this CDC mean, sir?
CDC means clock domain crossing.
Okay.
So we are telling is like frequency, right?
Yeah.
So in that particular, let's say laptop now, let's consider laptop.
Mm-hmm.
In that particular
Okay.
laptop, your keyboard to whatever you're typing, it should be going in a faster way, right? Similarly, the
Yes.
storage, the data, whatever you're trying to save, it's going into the storage. So the storing frequency, okay, the immediate frequencies which you are trying to pass from one domain to another. So maybe the keyboard is working at different frequency, the display is
Mm-hmm.
working at different frequency, the storing is working at different frequency, but they are interconnected, right? So whatever you
Yes.
type here, it's getting passed into that particular display, and from that particular display you are passing it into the storage memory by using Control S.
Yes.
Notepad gets it. So that is called as clock domain crossing. I'm just giving is like an example. We further
Okay.
have discussions in PD during the CTS stages. When we go into the advanced topics of PD, this CDC is one of a concept which you should know.
Okay.
Okay, so like that there will be more detailed explanation during the advanced topics of PD. So right now, clock domain crossing CDC means.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Fine.
Okay, so far whatever the topics which we covered in the first three steps, did we discuss anything about technology dependent or physical information related?
No.
No, sir. No, sir.
So far we
Internet
have
technology.
discussed, yeah, so far we have discussed this purely with respect to the logical terms. Am I correct?
Yes.
So that, so far this particular level is called as front end T. Okay, front end team. So they will be trying to develop, first one is RTL codes,
Radio.
and second one is verification. And during that particular verification, there is an RTL integration. So RTL integration to verification, like that, there will be loop in between them itself. Okay, it's a loop. Now, in in few companies, in few companies, the timing constraints development, okay, the timing constraint development is done by the front-end engineers itself. Okay, whoever is writing the RTL code, or let's say like whoever has a knowledge of that particular design, is going to be writing the timing constraints for that particular design. He will be the owner of it. If the project criticality is too high, or let's say the design criticality is too high, he cannot handle both, then there will be two different engineers, RTL engineer separately and is timing constraints the engineer separately. Okay, timing constraints gets developed before going into the synthesis team itself. Okay, now here I'll add one more term here, DFT CLP. Now the question arises. I have implemented a DFT and CLP in that particular synthesis stage itself, but why I am writing it before the synthesis again? Because, yeah, go ahead. Anyone wants to answer that?
What is a CLP, sir? What is CLP?
Conformal low power. Oh, I'm using more terminologies, right? Sorry for missing it. Conformal low power. DFT means designed for stability. CDC means no. Okay, so functional verification, linting, CDC, timing constraints, and next DFT means design for testability, CLP means conformal for low power. So conformal low power is the team used for reducing the, let's say like indirectly increasing your battery backup time. Okay, that team is used, or let's say like that is the team which is used for the voltage control, or let's say like power control, which module at which voltage. Okay, another module, let's say like one module is working at 0.7 voltage and another module is working at 1.9 voltage. The interaction between these two, how those are going to be maintained, all that will be taken by the CLP team. Okay, the interactions between the voltage domains is done by the CLP team. The interactions between different frequency domains is controlled by CDC. Okay, different frequencies is controlled by CDC, different voltages is controlled by CLP. And they also try to give you an ideology. Okay, they also try to give you an ideology about the voltage control, or let's say like how to reduce the uh, voltage of that particular device such that it works more time. They also give you an idea of that. Clear so far? So till this particular stage, yeah.
Sir, what is actually meaning by timing constraints?
Yeah, so slowly we will go. That has an higher dependency. So that's why we'll slowly touch that topics, okay?
Okay,
So far, whichever I have highlighted is called as front-end team, and where the topics which we need to discuss is like DFT, CLP, and basics of everything. I'll try to touch the basics. Okay. Right. Clear so far?
Yes, sir.
Right. So let's take a short break of 15 minutes and then we will continue our particular sessions again. Okay. Right. So back at 10:45.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
So the class is over, sir.
No, it's just a break.
Okay, for like 10 minutes, 15 minutes.
15 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, it's 10:45. I wrongly typed it in
Okay.
the chat.
Okay, yeah, sure, sir. Sure. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Hopes everyone is back.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
yes, sir.
Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
okay, that's great. Now let's get back into the topics. So far, whatever we have discussed, is it clear, or do anyone have any questions?
Yeah, in high level it is clear, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now coming to the next part. The first question was asked like, what are timing constraints? So when I was telling, right, module. In that particular module development, we need to get to know at which particular frequency the chip is, or let's say the design is working, right? The frequency information of that particular module, or let's say that particular design, is provided through that particular timing constraints. Okay, first one is frequency. So the second one is, similarly, there are, as I said, there was a separate team, CDC, clock domain crossing. So when a particular asynchronous clocks, what are asynchronous clocks? What do we mean by asynchronous clocks?
Sir, sir, they are sequential digital circuit or digital logic circuit.
Sir,
Okay,
different flow of working with a different frequency, different clock signals.
so as you said, working at different frequencies with respect to a sequential circuits. The frequencies, or let's say the clocks, will be created from the PLL source. Am I correct? Heard about PLL?
Yes, sir.
Right.
Phase lock
So
loops.
correct, phase lock loop. So from that particular PLL source, we are getting the clocks getting created. So if those particular, say 120 and 240, are these flops A, or let's say like the clocks A and B, I'll just modify, C and D are synchronous or asynchronous clocks? 120 megahertz and 240 megahertz, are those clocks synchronous or asynchronous?
Asynchronous.
Asynchronous.
Asynchronous. With respect to each other only, right? You are asking, sir.
Yeah, with respect to each other.
They are asynchronous, right? Yeah.
The answer is, this clock C and D are synchronous clocks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the reason is because, it's a very simple part. It's from the same PLL source. That means the phase shift is getting the same. Okay, the phase shift is same, but the duration of the time cycle is different. Okay, the edges, what I mean is, the edges is same. Okay, the rise and or fall edge, they can be matched with respect to a synchronous clock. Okay, with respect to a synchronous clock, when they are from the same PLL source. But when the PLL is different, let's say it's connected to flip-flops E, okay, and it's working at 120 megahertz itself, okay, two different clocks generated from two different PLL source, then they are called as asynchronous clocks. Because the phase shifts are different. The phase where it gets locked are getting deferred when there are of different PLL source.
Sir, one question, sir. If both the PLL having a phase difference 0, then will they call it synchronous then?
Sorry, could you repeat your question?
Sir, we are having a 2 PLL here, sir, no?
Correct.
2 PLL.
Yeah.
And if both the PL having a phase difference 0, then can we call it synchronous clock then, in that case? Even if we are
Yes.
generating from 2 PLL also?
So
Okay.
that again varies with respect to the design perspective, how we are going to be using it. The working functionality can be same, okay, of the PLL. At the same phase shift, they can be able to generate that particular frequencies. But okay, when there is, let's say like when they are having the same phase shift, we don't require those PLLs to be created, right? Wasting of area. When they are of having the same functionality, the area is getting wasted. So we don't require in that particular case. Let's say for example, when the functionality is same, then yes, we can be able to state it as that particular synchronous clock. When they are from generally, or when we tell the clocks generated from different PLL sources are asynchronous to each other. Okay, so when we go further, you will be hearing is like when there are asynchronous also, what happens is like working at different phase, the timing meet between those will be difficult. So let's say this flip-flop E is getting communicated with respect to flip-flop A through some combinational cells or through some different modules. This flip-flop E is getting connected to flip-flop A. The timing meet will be difficult. Okay, so what that now here comes the part of the CDC team. They will try, now this is a different clock domains. As there is a different clock domains, they will try to put a synchronizer here. Okay, to synchronize the data between this particular clock domains. Okay, CDC plays a role over there. Clear so far?
What does it do, synchronizer?
Synchronizer, it will try to
Sir?
map the data between the clocks. Okay, what happens, let's say for example, the 120 hertz to 120 hertz, different phase shifts are there. Am I correct? Due to that particular
Yes.
different phase shift, let's say, I'll draw a new diagram. For example, I'm having flop A and flop B.
Okay.
Okay, and this is working at clock A from the PLL source 1 and clock B at the PLL source B. So here, as soon as the data is launched, it is trying to, okay, data is launched, it is trying to transfer the data here at this particular edge. As soon as it finds the next rise edge near the clock B, the data should be captured. That is what generally we will try to tell. In one clock cycle, the data should be passed and reached here. As this is a different PLL source, there might be a chance of having a different phase shift. That means this is the extra duration. In this particular extra duration, okay, let's say for example, you are traveling, you want to travel from one traffic light to another traffic light and you want to cross it away. Okay, and expected is like 30 seconds and 30 seconds. 30 seconds, in the next 30 seconds, that particular light will be green. You have passed, you have reached it. And as soon as you reach there, it turned to be red. You stop there. Again, you will be waiting for again 10 seconds or so, and again you will try to move. That is what generally we will do in traffic. But let's say if that particular traffic is taking instead of 30 seconds duration, it's taking 40 or 50 seconds. Intermediately, what you will try to do? As we are human beings, we will wait near that particular signal, or if there is
Yeah.
okay, we will try to take a short break. Right? We'll try to
Yes.
take a short break.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
as we are human, we are doing that. Now, now it's a signal, right? That signal cannot wait. Okay, that
Yes.
signal
Yes.
cannot wait. So another signal keeps on coming, and what happens? The traffic near to that increases. Due to that, what happens? The data gets corrupted. Okay, due to that, the
Yes.
data
Yes.
gets corrupted. 1 second. Yeah. Am I audible?
Yeah. You are.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
audible.
so due to that, what happens is like data gets corrupted. Now, what should I do? I should provide a synchronizer here. Now, what this particular synchronizer will try to do is, it will try to launch the data with respect to clock A, and it will try to see the frequency of this, or let's say the phase of this particular clock B. Okay, it will try to see
Okay.
the phase of this particular clock V and convert that particular, or let's say map the data. Okay, the synchronizer will try to map that particular data which is from clock A to clock B frequency, or clock B phase shift.
Okay.
Okay, such that what happens
Okay.
when it reaches clock B, without any issues, I'll try to move forward. That is the part of the
So
synchronizer.
basically, this synchronizer reads the data from generated from clock A,
Hmm.
and it will adapt to the frequency of clock B, right?
Correct. Yes. Instead of telling
Okay.
frequency, make it like phase shift of clock B.
Phase. Okay. 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 Yeah. Clear.
Right. So now, first part is timing constraints, where it holds the first part is frequency, and also the constraints developed by the CDCT. So as there is a synchronizer here, right? During the PNR, or let's say the PD optimization or synthesis optimization, as you already optimize this path, okay, this already has a set, and if you further optimize it, what will happen is it will create a violation. We have set a rule that you should follow this particular criteria, and again, if you try to modify that particular path on that particular which you have set the rule, what happens? It will become a waste, right?
Yes.
I still like it should go at 40 kilometers per hour in that particular traffic, and again you are traveling at 60 or different frequencies. Now you are traveling at faster rate or very slower rate. What will happen? The the rule gets violated. Now for that, they will try to provide some timing exceptions. For certain paths, they will try to provide as timing exceptions by the CDCT. So for that particular paths, we should not optimize. So that information is also provided in the timing constraints file itself. In simple term, the timing constraints file is called as SDC. Synopsis Design Constraints. Okay, with respect to your design, what all timing information is required, that is stored in that particular timing constraint file or SDC file. Okay, right. Now, the next part is, okay, the next part is, I have here, okay, now I have multiple module, okay, in my chip. Inside that particular multiple one module, okay, inside one module, there can be n number of sequential circuits, either 10,000, 1 lakh, 1 million, 2 million of sequential cells can be present. When we consider basically an counter circuit, okay, counter circuit, how many flip-flops do you have? 8-bit counter.
Three.
Nearly 3 or 4 counters do you have, right? So for a very basic circuit itself, you have used 3 sequential circuits. Like that, if I try to improve that particular coding, okay, level of code gets increased, the number of sequential circuits also gets increased. Okay, now as I have that particular sequential circuits and my functionality is getting failed, how do I test it? Let's say I'm having, okay, let's take with respect to that particular counter itself, I have 3 flip-flops and my expected output, here I have passed and I'm receiving 1, but my expectation is 0. I should receive here 0. Now I should understand where that particular flop is failing, where the functionality is getting failing. How do I debug that?
7-bit Hamming code using.
Right. So one by using the Hamming code, or the second way is like most probably used is check the outputs. Simple way is check the outputs of each and every flip-flop, such that you will be able to understand at which level it is failing. Am I correct?
Yes, correct.
Right. So now during this particular case, do I pass the original data or do I pass a test code? Which one you prefer?
Test code.
Test code, right? To pass that particular test code, we will be using the, okay, for that passing of the test code, we will be using the algorithm of SI, okay, scan pins. Okay, for that thing, we will be using the concept of scan pins.
Sir, can you say it again? And
Sure. Oh, sorry, could you repeat?
sir, can you repeat that term again, like span fix?
Yeah, sure. So first thing is like up to the test point, is it clear? Test vectors, is it clear?
Yes.
Okay, so that particular test vectors, instead of, okay, now let's take a general flip-flop. When we consider a flip-flop, how many pins do we have?
Two inputs.
D pin.
Uh,
Let's say consider a D flip-flop.
Outputs Q1.
Right, these are the 4 pins we know. But along with this particular 4 pins, there are some more pins also available. Reset,
Yeah.
SI pin, and SE pin. Okay, like this we will be having some more pins. Based on the design requirement, the usage of flip-flop also gets decided. Basic flip-flop, D, Q, Q bar, and clock. There will be this type of flip-flop. There will be flip-flops with scan pin. There will be flip-flops with only reset, D, Q, Q bar, clock, and reset. Without reset, with reset, without scan, with scan. Like that, we have different types of flip-flops also. Based on the requirement, it gets adjusted. So initially, the RTL designers will try to use either the flip-flops, they will try to use the flip-flops without the scan pins only. Initially, they will try to develop the code without scan pins. That means they will be using the first case or the third case. Now, as I want to test the functionality of the chip, okay, once that particular chip is developed, or let's say it's converted to physical format, the checking of that particular circuitry is difficult by using the test vectors. Okay, then comes the concept of JTAG, ATPG, MBIST, BIST. Like that, we have different types of algorithms. Stuck at 0, stuck at 1, all that you have heard during the engineering courses. Am I correct? Automatic test pattern generation.
Yes, sir.
Okay, like that, you have heard some
Yes, sir. Yes,
concepts.
sir.
So for that particular concepts to be used, okay, so what that concepts is going to be having, or why that particular concepts are used?
To detect the faults.
Right, to detect the faults. So in a bigger circuits, to detect the faults, we will be using these concepts, and for that particular case, JTAG or MBEST and everything, we instead of using the D pin, we will be using the SI and SC pins. That means the test vectors, okay, the test vectors of that particular codes, okay, will be passed through this particular scan input or scan, it will be, the test vectors will be passed through the scan input pins. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Right. So through this particular scan input or scan enable, they will try to do it. Now, the implement this, there will be a change in the RTL code. Okay, in the initial development, as I was telling, it will be using the case of 1 and 3. But for the implementation of this JTAG ATPG, I need is like now modification in the RTL code. That means the register which is implemented by using that particular RTL code previously, I have a slight adjustment with respect to some more pins getting added. Scan input, scan input. Okay, that particular development, okay, with requirement is done by the DFT team. Okay, DFT team. They will try to convert this normal flip-flops into scannable flip-flops. Okay, normal flip-flops into a scannable flip-flops, and it is used, those particular flip-flops are used for testing. Okay, scannable flip-flops, and through that they will try to test the functionality of that particular chip. Now, while developing that also, they will have their own restrictions. Okay, they will have their own restrictions, like this number. Okay, let's say I have 1 lakh of sequential cells available. So 1 lakh of sequential cells available. In a single stretch, can I be able to check it?
No, sir, it is not possible.
No. So divide and conquer concept. Okay, they will also have a limit. So certain number of sequential cells, They will try to group it and they will term it as one scan chain. Okay, scan chain. They will try to create a scan chains with some group of flip-flops such that the testing can be done easily. Clear for everyone?
Sir.
Right. Any other questions? Any confusion so far?
Sir, can you once again tell how do we use that LBIST MBIST for testing?
That is internal to the DFT team. Okay, that's again a very big topic.
Okay.
They have their own set of flows and codes. We will just try to run that particular codes and check it. I'm pretty much not sure of it because I'm not a DFT guy. So I'm pretty much not sure of it to the internal of that. So few will be using LBIST, MBIST, and few will be using JTAG, and few will be using ATPG. According to the company, the end project, which one to be used will also be varied.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So that I'm
Okay.
not touching that concepts.
Okay. Fine.
Right. So
Can
now
you explain
coming,
scans in one more time, sir?
sure. Scan chain, okay? Scan chain is going to be having a group of flip-flops which are back-to-back connected, okay, with respect to the scan input related. I'll draw it big itself. One, two. Okay, so basically a scan chain means back-to-back flip-flop connected with respect to the scan input. Okay, scan SIP. The timing arc will be going in this particular methodology. Okay, in this particular methodology, the scan chain will be going. So scan chain is back-to-back flop connected with respect to the scan inputs, which is used for the functionality test.
Sir, is there any change in frequency?
Yes, there will be change in the frequency. Compared from the original, when we go for the testing, there will be more flexibility in the frequency. Let's say our design is working at 1 gigahertz. Okay, just giving like an example, 1 gigahertz. Whereas when coming to this particular SCAT testing, you might be having is like a lower frequency, more time period will be there. Okay, for design working 1 gigahertz, where your testing might work at 800 megahertz.
Whether we need to use identical flip-flops or we may change the flip-flops?
We will change the, so normally from a D flip-flop, it will be converted to an scannable flip-flop. Only that will be done in that particular DFTT.
Sir, are there any preset number of flip-flops that we have to use, or we can use as much as we want or less as we want?
there is an percentage. So when you consider your design, minimum of 90% of the sequential circuits should be having a scannable, should be of scannable. 90% of the complete design sequential, so let's say like 100. So from that 90% should be your scannable flip-flops.
Oh, okay.
Okay, right. Any other questions?
Sir, 90% is scannable flip-flops or non-scannable?
90% should be scannable flip-flops. Minimum 90% should be scannable flip-flops. Okay, right. Any other questions? So now getting to the next is like CLP team. CLP team is like responsible for the conversion of the data. So previously CDC team, what it done? It has mapped the data from one clock domain to another clock domain. So similarly here, the CLP team will try to map the data from lower voltage to higher voltage or higher voltage to lower voltage. That is, for example, in your design, okay, in your design, there will be some cells which will be working at a different voltage. As I was telling, 0.7 to 1.1, let's say. Okay, to map the data between these two cells. Okay, to map the data between two these voltage levels, we will try to take the help of the CLP team. Okay, so what all special requirement cells is required, they will try to implement that. In previous case, CDC, they have used synchronizer, but in this case, they will try to use some more special cells to convert that particular data from lower voltage to higher voltage or higher voltage to lower voltage. So easy to say, there will be fast understanding people and slow understanding people. If you make them sit in a and want to transfer the knowledge between them, it will be what will happen, it will take a little bit of imbalance. Okay, there will be an imbalance of data because he will try to capture everything faster. The fast understanding person will try to capture everything in a faster way, whereas slow one will take it with a certain delay. Okay, because of some internal issues, he is trying to understand a slower. That is like lower voltage and higher voltage. Faster communication, slower communication. So when you make them sit, he has to be more patient, but he cannot be. The fast understanding person cannot be more patient. So what happens? He listens off and he leaves. With that again, pass the data, again understands off, release off. So what happens? The total communication mistake, or let's say the functionality gets failed. So to make that happen, what should I do? I should keep an communicator between them, such that the communicator, what he will try to do, he will try to get that particular data first and map it with respect to the faster person. So like that, we will be having some special requirement cells present here to convert that particular or map that particular data also. Okay, so like that we have different cases on owning a domain, off a domain. So like that we will be having different cases. So those requirements, what all cells required, will be chosen by this particular CLP team. Okay, at which particular net, let's say wire, it has to be implemented. In all that particular cases, the CLP team is going to be creating it. Clear so far?
Sir, so basically
Now,
CLP is for
so
that
far we
voltage
have
control,
discussed
you are
this.
saying, right?
Sorry, could you repeat? Somewhere the
So
audio
the
got
CLP
disconnected.
confirm means low power. Hello,
Hmm.
could you hear me, sir?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
So this CLP is for that we have two different uh, voltage level,
Voltage.
working levels, so that adaptation it will do. In case of ADC, the phase shifting adaptation, here it is voltage. So the working
Correct.
voltage is it? That is
Yes.
what my understanding is.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Right. Okay. So now the question I have asked previously, right? DFT and CLP I have implemented before synthesis and during the, let's say, like parallel to the synthesis as well. The reason is because when you ask few of them what about the ASIC flow, the DFT team will be implemented before the synthesis. Okay, before the synthesis, the DFT team will be performing. Yes, the answer is correct. The DFT will be implemented before the synthesis. But okay, as I said, the modification of the netlist needs to be done. For DFT to be happening, the modification of the netlist to be done. What few of the companies will try to do here is, okay, what few of the companies will try to do here is, they will try to implement with respect to the original RTL code. Okay, the conversion might take some time. It might take 1 month or 2 months from after the original RTL code develops. Okay, because after the original RTL code develops, based on its understanding, the DFT team have to convert that into the scannable flip-flops. So it is going to be taking some time. It's not a parallel process. Okay, parallel process. So one after the other, here it goes. It takes 2 months. So till that particular time, I cannot be ideal. Okay, I am the owner of synthesis and PD, let's say. I cannot be ideal. So during that particular duration, with respect to RTL code, I will try to perform one round of synthesis and one round of PNR, such that I will be able to get an idea of the area. Okay, I'll be getting the idea of the area of the chip. So next, what I will try to do parallelly, once that particular DFT team is done, okay, DFT team is done, the only is like flip-flop change. Okay, flip-flops are converted. So the area of the chip remains the same. Okay, area of the chip remains the same. And now what we will try to do in the next iteration, after the DFT is developed, I will try to do the synthesis again. Okay, synthesis again with now the Verilog provided by the DFT team. Okay, with the Verilog provided by the DFT team. And I will try to implement that. Okay, synthesis and PNR. And again, I'll try to place that particular cells properly into the core area. Okay, clear so far? So synthesis, DFT, and next is like formal verification. So as now the code is again converted, okay, converted to the physical. Okay, I'll just go ahead. First is synthesis. Synthesis is the stage of converting your logical, okay, logical information to the physical information. Okay, that means non-technology dependent, okay, or let's say technology independent information to the technology dependent institution. Okay, technology independent to the technology dependent. So that means the backend flow starts from synthesis. Synthesis, PNR, STA, PV, all this comes under the backend. Okay, all this will be coming under the backend. Now, so DFT and CLP, they play a part between them. So that's why we will be telling is like RTL sign off. The synthesis, DFT, formal verification, STA, CLP, verification will be happening here. So let's make it like, instead of having here DFT, verification, STA, CLP, verification will be happening parallel to the synthesis. Once the synthesis is done, they will try to verify everything. Okay, after PNR, again the verification will be done. So synthesis, conversion of technology independent to technology dependent information. That means behavioral code to gate level information. So far, before the synthesis, the Verilog code is a behavioral code. That means the information will be present of a sequential circuit will be always at posage, always at negate, assign y equal to x, assign y equal to b. Like that, you will be having it in the format of behavioral code till that particular synthesis. Once that particular synthesis is done, okay, once that particular synthesis is done, you will not see any kind of behavioral code. Okay, you will not see any kind of behavioral code. That always at posage, always at negate, those will be converted to the equivalent flip-flop naming of the provided inputs. Okay, of the provided inputs, those particular naming conversions will be done. Okay, and while performing that particular naming conversions of the flip-flop also, okay, the timing, power and area plays a role. Okay, plays a role. So internal to the synthesis, when we go deep into it, we will be getting more concepts. Okay, just now, right now, as it is an overview, I'm just giving it a very basic understanding. That is like converting of in technology independent to technology dependent, 1 point, and behavioral code to the gate level information. Okay, gate level information, it will try to have it in the synthesis stage. So as it is developed before, okay, once, and we are converting here, I need to verify everything again. Functionality verification, DFT, okay, that will be done by the DFT, and the comparison between the RTL to the gate level, whether it has converted correctly or not. Okay, all the required cells has been converted properly or not. That means behavioral to gate level, they will try to compare it using the formal verification. Okay, formal verification is used for verifying the data between the RTL code to the gate level netlist code. Okay, RTL code to the gate level netlist. And STA means static timing analysis. Okay, STA means static timing analysis. In this particular static timing analysis, we will verify for the timing constraints. Okay, whether the chip is working at its equivalent frequency or not. Okay, static timing analysis. Here we will try to check whether the chip is working at the required frequency or not. Clear so far?
Yes, sir.
Right. So this is about your RTL sign-off team. So here STA is also termed as pre-layout STA. Okay, pre-layout STA. To be making it more proper, we'll be terming it as pre-layout STA, because you are performing the timing analysis before the implementation, before your actual physical placement. Okay. Now, physical design. Now, I have the information in a file that I will be converting it into the physical format. For understanding, first, for example, let's take an example of civil engineer. So what they will try to do, first they will try to implement it in a chapter. Guys, just give me a second.
Hello, sir. Your voice is not audible, sir.
Yeah, sorry. Sometimes I'm getting my project is like final phase, so getting company calls to complete some tasks. Sorry for the interruptions. Okay, sometimes it happens, not always. Okay, now STA is like timing closure team, which will try to make sure that the frequency of that particular chip is maintained properly. So the details, or let's say like the more information, when we go forward, or let's say go in depth only, we will be able to understand. But just when I say in an overview, it will be like more questions and more confusions will be coming. So that's why I'm sticking to the points which we can keep in mind, such that when we go forward, they will be, your questions will be cleared out. Okay, next is physical design. So in this particular stage, let's take the example of civil engineer. Okay, we are so much similar to the civil engineers itself. So in this, what we will try to do is, initially, what the civil engineer will try to do, they will have the information in the chart, right? In an A4 sheet or A3 sheet, they will try to just draw an overview diagram. And with respect to that overview diagram, what they will try to do, they will try to convert it into the physical. Okay, that means where exactly which particular information to be placed, they have the flow chart. But here we don't have that. We have to create that. Okay, we have to create that. So for that particular case, okay, for that particular case, in the physical design, what information we have is the module connectivity, or let's say the cell connectivity provided through the gate level netlist from the synthesis team. That means the outputs of the synthesis team will be passed to the PD, physical design. And with respect to that particular information, you will try to develop a 3D model of your chip. Okay, you will try to develop is a 3D model of your chip by using this physical design. Okay, in floor plan, you will be deciding the area. Okay, in floor plan, you will be deciding the area where that particular cells needs to be placed. Okay, cells needs to be placed. And next is power plan. Okay, power plan is the stage where power distribution, okay, to make sure that the power distribution to that particular cells is done properly, okay, without less effect. Okay, power floor plan is where you're going to be deciding your area of your chip, and power plan, power distribution, and placement stage, where we will be having a term called as standard cells. Okay, standard cells will be placed inside that particular core area by forming some more criteria. CTS means clock tree synthesis. Yeah, so do anyone have any questions?
Sir, placement, floor plan and partitioning is the same thing, sir.
Yes. No, partitioning based on the
And
floor plan, we will try to do it. From the chip top level to the block levels, from the floor plan, we will try to do the partitioning. Exactly where which particular modules needs to be placed, we will be getting an understanding based on that particular division only. Clear?
yes, sir. Okay, sir.
Right. So floor plan, chip area decision, power plan, power distribution, placement, placing of the standard cells. Okay, here I'm going in a little bit of rush, such that once I'll tell that, I'll just give a pictorial, I'll draw it and show, because I don't have that pictorials to be maintained. So I'll just draw it and show you. So placement is where your standard cells is going to be placed. Okay, next. Okay, next is CTS, where your clock gets propagated. Okay, where your clock gets propagated. Now, next is routing, where your nets will be physically routed. Okay, where your nets will be physically routed. Next is sign off team. Again, after that particular, all the functionalities, we have to verify whether it has followed my frequency or not first. Okay, it has converted, or let's say like you have constructed with the proper requirements or not. That is, first one is STA, timing. All these three teams will be doing parallelly. It's not one after the other. Okay, parallel STA. PV means physical verification, to make sure that all your nets has been physically routed properly or not. Okay, physical verification is used to make sure that your nets are properly routed or not. When I mean by routed, like connected or not. Virtual to physical connections. Routing stage will try to do that. Physical connections without any violations, it has converted or not. That the tool is trying to check in that particular physical verification. The tool will check it at the same time. You also need to be verifying it. Okay, if there are any violations, we need to verify that. Now the next one is power. Okay, the next term is power, in which we are making sure is there are very less leakage. Okay, less leakage power. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Right. So the next one is again, yeah.
So can you explain leakage power?
Sorry, could you
What is
repeat?
leakage power?
Your voice is not clear.
What is leakage power?
Yeah, leakage power. So when your cell is ideal, Okay, when your cell is ideal, and what happens when your cell is ideal? There will be some electrons which will try to do what? Become active. Okay, there are two types of leakage power. I'll just try to give you that. When the cell, or let's say like your design is ideal, there will be few electrons which will be still in an active state. Okay, which will be still in an active state. Due to that particular activation, there will be some kind of power getting leaked. Okay, that is one case of leakage power, that we will be terming it also as static. Okay, static. So the second case is, okay, the second case is we will be having, okay, we will be having a case where you have a cell. Okay, let's consider, I hope so everyone has an ideology of threshold voltages. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
So
yes.
what is the working of lower threshold voltage? Does it work fast or slow?
Slow, slow.
The data transfer in a low threshold voltage will be faster or slower?
Faster. Faster, sir.
Faster. So as it's going faster, when you work more and more faster, what happens? You will try to sweat a lot.
Yes.
So here, that sweat will be coming in the terms of heat, correct? When a cell gets working faster, it gets release more heat. Let's say take your example of your phone. When you use it normally and when you want to use it for gaming, there is a difference. More power is required when you're trying to use a game, more processor, more functionality. So more and more working is required when you want to use a gaming processor. So according to that, the heat propagated will also be more. So that is also called because of the leakage power. Okay, that is also termed of leakage power. The leakage power is given out through the format of heat. More the leakage power, the more the failure of device will be there. So simple, as soon as the heat gets more propagated, you will stop using the phone, or what happens? The phone gets busted out. So that's why we have to reduce the leakage power. Okay. Clear? Now, coming to the part of validation. Okay, the next step is validation. So I'll just complete this flow such that it will be faster for me there. Okay, coming to the part of validation. Here again, I'll try to check for the functionality of the design. Formal verification I'll try to do. Timing analysis, reports, everything I'll try to make sure that everything is clean. Okay, just like a final check. Okay, before providing to the manufacturing team, I'll just cross check each and every category. Netlist, okay, GDS file, okay, the output file. Once your design is completed, we will be terming it as like a GDS file. Okay, you will pass that to the manufacturer, whether it has extracted everything correctly or not, timing is met or not, okay, power is meeting or not, okay, the required power, leakage power, everything is at its required values or not. Next is there are no routing issues. So like that, each and everything I'll try to check it in that particular validation stage. Once that validation is done, I'll provide it to the manufacturing team. that particular information which I have provided through that file, they will try to manufacture it. Okay, manufacture the chip and they will try to provide me back. Okay, after that particular manufacturing, again I'll try to cross check. Okay, again I'll try to cross check by passing some test vectors. If it passes successfully, then okay, I'm very much happy. If it's not passed, okay, some minor violations came into picture, then I'll reopen that particular project and I'll try to fix that. They will try to provide us the feedback. This goes in 1 or 2 iterations, that's it, not more than that. So they will try to first is like test it, and they will try to, if everything goes correct, they will give it to the customer. If there are some minor issues, because of that the functionality fails, they will provide that feedback to the required team. They will reopen that particular project and again perform the same task with a very less time duration. Okay, very less time duration, and they will try to proceed forward. Okay, this is the overview of ASIC flow. Clear so far? Is ASIC flow clear for everyone?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Perfect. So I'll just give you an overview of PD, what exactly we are trying to do. Okay, so first stage is, as I said, floor plan. In floor plan stage, I'm trying to draw. Okay, in floor plan stage, I'll try to first create the design area. Okay, the outermost boundary. Okay, the outermost boundary is called as die boundary or chip boundary. It's die or chip. The innermost boundary is called as core. Okay, the innermost boundary is called as core. The intermediate distance, okay, the difference between the die to the core is called as IO clearance. Okay, IO clearance area. So in that core boundary, or let's say inside to that particular core boundary, is where your cells will be placed. Okay, your cells will be placed. So previously I have used one terminology called as standard cells. And here I have two types of designs. Okay, one is macro and the second category is standard cells. Okay, macro are the bigger building blocks present in your design. Let's say, for example, RAM, ROM, PLL, all those are called as macros. Whereas standard cells, when you're talking about standard cells, we will be terming them as, okay, we will be terming them as gates, universal gates, logic gates, okay, basic sequential circuits, all that will be coming under the category of standard cells. Okay, macros are bigger building blocks, which is also, examples are RAM, ROM, PLL, all that will be coming under the macros category. And when we are talking about standard cells, basic logic gates, or let's say basic combinational and sequential circuits will be coming under the standard cells. Clear? So,
Sir, processors come in which category?
processes is your complete chip.
Oh, okay, okay.
Okay. So now in floor plan stage, what we will try to do is we'll try to first create that particular core area, sorry, die area, core area, and after that we will try to create, okay, we will try to create a, sorry, we will try to place the ports, the interface parts, okay, the interfaces, we will try to place it in that particular IO clearance area. And next is we will try to place the macros in the floor plan. This all category is done. Okay, along with this particular floor plan, there are some special cells which needs to be inserted, that when we go for the internal of PD you will get to know. Okay, the next category is macro placement. After that, power plan, where your power distribution will be done in the format of horizontal and vertical. In the black color, I'll use it here. Red. Red represents VDD and orange represents VSS. Okay, in this format, the development is done. Power distribution to the cells. Okay, so now again I'm leaving here like an hint. Cells are standard cells are not placed, so how the power distribution is done, so and so. When we again, that is like internal more concepts of PD is required over there, so that's why I'm not touching that. Okay, because it will be more confusing to others, because everyone is here, so I don't want to get into more internal concepts of PNR. Okay, so macros will be placed. After that macro placement, power planning will be done, that means power distribution will be done, and after that we will be having is standard cell placement. Okay, while doing that particular standard cell placement, timing, power and area will be optimized. Okay, timing, power and area will be optimized according to the criteria you provide. If you said timing is important, according to the timing it will try to optimize first. Later on it will look into that particular power and area. Okay, but three will be optimized, but which category is important, you have to provide that first. You have to tell the tool which one to be optimized with an higher priority or higher effort, that you will try to tell it. So placement of standard cells. Next is CTS stage, where your clock tree will be built. Okay, where your clock tree will be built, which makes sure that the clocks are reached to the sequential cells with a lesser delay. Okay, clock tree is built in the CTS stage to make sure that the clocks are reaching to the sequential cells with very less delay. Okay, very less delay, it will try to make sure. So for that particular, while building the clock tree itself, it will try to physically route the wires of the clock nets. Okay, physically route that particular clock nets. So coming to the next is routing. So far for the signal, it is virtual routing. In the routing stage, the nets which are having virtual nets will be physically routed. Okay, it will be converting it to the physical format in the routing stage. So this is about your complete PD. in just like 10 to 15 minutes. Everyone understood? Overview only. I have given is like a very basic overview. Is it clear for everyone?
Sir, okay, can you tell me which horizontal is VSS or VDD or vertical is VSS or VDD?
Both. In horizontal, there will be always VDD and VSS will be formed in pairs, no individual. That's why I said horizontally red color is VDD and that particular pinkish color is VSS.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, this color is representing VDD and so far this color is going to be representing your VSS. So it will be formed in pairs only. Okay, clear for everyone?
Sir, ALU comes under macros or standard cells?
It's a bigger
ALUs,
building block or a smaller building block?
arithmetic logic unit. It's a bigger,
Yeah,
right? I feel.
bigger circuit. So if it's already developed, okay, let's say you are holding I'm holding a company. Okay,
Okay.
I have my own company and I have
Okay.
created a block ALU, which is globally used everywhere. So what I'll try to do is I'll sell it to you. You're a one company and you require that particular ALE logic to be implemented in your circuit. As you are buying from me, you will be using it as a macro to you. Okay, I'll not provide you the internal information. How that particular internal circuitry information I won't be able to share you. I won't share you also. If I share you, I'll be in loss because you can't sell it, right? So that's why I'll be selling you as a macro. So even most of the companies, what they will try to do is they will be having their own designs. If anyone wants it, what they will try to do is they will try to buy it from them and without more confidential. With more confidential, they will try to sell it.
Okay.
Okay. What all exact
So this
information you need, only that I will try to share you. No other information will be shared. That means timing, power, area, the shape of that particular design, only that information I'll share. The internal circuitry, I will not.
Okay, understood. So in short terms, macros are the third-party components which are built already.
Yes. So not only third party, you can have your own also. For example, you have your own RAM. You have RAMs of your own, but only is like ALU. If its development is taking more time means you can buy the ALU from others. RAMs you will be using your own.
Okay.
Okay, they can be third party or same own itself.
Even counters and timers also comes under macros only, right?
So counters are like small ones, right?
Small
It
ones.
doesn't occupy a bigger one. So that's why you will be having is like multi-heighted standard cells you will tell them as.
Okay.
Okay. So which doesn't eat up more power or more area, you won't term it as a macro.
Okay.
Okay. So see, in simple terms, the circuits which are going to be eating up more power and more area, will be calling it as macros.
Okay. So again, inside macros, there will be standard cells, is it?
Yes. Yes, correct.
Okay. 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 Fine.
Okay. Right.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
No, sir.
Okay. So this is overview of whatever we are doing. So when we talk about institute level, okay, what exactly we are going to do is, so what all we have discussed. So let's say when you're talking about backend, right? So front end has several teams. So Verilog, System Verilog, UVM. So like that, you will be having a different set in the front end. And when it comes to the back end, you will be covering all these particular topics. That means synthesis, physical design, okay, synthesis flow, physical design flow, and sign off will be covered when you're talking about backend. Okay, so synthesis, physical design, and sign off. That means STA, PV, and power also. Okay, this all will be covered in the backend. So we will try to do each and everything manually. Okay, first we will try to understand each and everything manually, and then we will try to go for automation. That means manual implementation, and after next week you will try to automate that whatever you have done. Okay, the next day itself you will try to automate it. So in which you will be covering is like basics of Tickle will also be covered, and Unix also will be covered. Okay, all that required at that particular required stages will be covered during that particular uh, time itself. Okay, so related to the timing, so any theoretical, sorry, uh, let's say like not technical related questions, you can raise it to me. If there are no questions, I'll ask sir to be joining, so he can he can query your non-technical queries. Any technical?
One question. When you said about synthesis, you mentioned a word, right? Non-technology
Ah,
dependent information to technology
technology dependent.
dependent information. It will convert, right? So what does that mean exactly? How can I realize it?
Okay, so realize is like behavioral code to gate level netlist. When a code is in behavioral code format, that means like it is technology independent.
Okay.
Okay, so if a file, if you have a .v file with namings like and 212, okay, and a1 a2 y, XOR a2 a1 y, so something like that, you are having some list of cells instead of having any kind of behavioral code. There should not be any
Okay.
assigned keywords or always keywords, begin keywords like that. If you don't find anything in that particular .v, then you can tell, and you can see it's like everything has been converted to a gate level naming, and gate, or gate, XOR gate, SRAM, all that. If you are seeing it, then you can tell it as a gate level technology dependent file.
Okay.
Okay, so there's like
Okay.
when we go more into it, we will be able to get here.
Okay.
Okay,
No
so
problem. Thank you.
yeah,
So basically,
technology.
sir, it is like using the code to implement a circuit, right? I mean, implementing the code
Correct,
into a circuit.
correct.
Oh, okay, okay.
Okay, that tool is going to do it automatically conversion. We are not going to do any manual
Oh,
conversions and all. Okay, right. So if there are any educational gaps, or let's say like you are moving from one field to another field also, there is no problem. But the only requirement when you come to industry is, okay, only when you come to industry is knowledge. Okay, theoretical and practical knowledge is foremost required. So that's what we will try to train you here. Okay, in such a way that you can be able to clear any interviews with an experience of 2 years. Okay, but for that we need your support. That means you need to practice more and raise questions. So any course which you try to take, The only requirement is you have to practice more. Try to create a different kind of violations. So basic understanding of engineer. Let's say who is an engineer? A basic question. Who is an engineer?
A solution provider.
So for solution provided, need
Who
what?
creates newly?
Correct. Who creates and solves the problems. So you have to create new kinds of iterations, new kinds of violations, and based on that, you try to solve it first. If you're not able to solve it, yes, you have a support. Either from the trainer or from the mentor, you will be having a support to get it resolved. Okay. Trainer might take some time because he has some work to do, uh, but most probably you can be able to solve it. Okay, you will get it resolved. That is for sure. Without any issues, you will be able to close it. So here the tools which we are using is like all the synopsis tools we have here, which you can be able to work here. So for synthesis, we are going to be using design compiler, and for physical design, we are going to be using ICC2 shell, and for physical verification, we have ICV, and for power, we have is Redhawk, and for STA, we are having prime time and star RC. Okay, mostly all the synopsis tools are used. For power, Redhawk is a different version. Okay, so keep that. Other than that, everything is a synopsis based, and we have two technologies here, technology nodes, 14nm and 28nm. So 14nm, we are in a process of developing it. 28nm is already developed and we can be able to implement that. So 14nm in a few more days, that means before your start of your practicals, it will be completed. So most probably you will be working with 14nm technology. Okay, in which here we have is like two different projects. One is multi-voltage and with a single voltage designs. So you will be working parallel. So mentor will be taking one project, and parallelly you have to take the initiative to do the second project by yourself. Okay, right. Any other technical questions do you guys have? Okay, so I'll be asking sir
Vishal,
to be joining.
Vishal,
Sir.
my BTech passed out 2016.
Okay.
Can you explain from basics? I forgot all basics
Yeah.
from
So
beginning.
so you can, sir. So here we have is like, before going into the advanced flow, we will try to have some basic session for let's say like 1 month, in which there will be a covering of CMOS, let's say analog and digital circuitry will be covered, and after that the advanced classes. So first is like CMOS, analog, digital, and basics of the PNR will be covered, and after that you will be starting with respect to the advanced. So that's where it goes.
Hey Vishal, I have joined now.
Okay, sir. I'll let you.
Hello everyone. I'm Srinivas. I'm the founder of the institute. So I think Vishal has given you the detailed perspective of the.
Sir, your voice is
other
not
than
audible.
non-technical.
Your voice is not audible.
No, actually, I have made him as an organizer, so it might have converted the data. So he will just.
Yeah. So what I was telling is, I hope Vishal has given you a detailed perspective of what all aspects will be covered in 6 months of physical design training, including the basic topics, including the projects and the what all aspects are covered as part of the physical design training flow. If you have any other queries which Vishal was not able to answer, you can ask me. I can clarify those.
Srinivas, my BTech passed out 2016. Can take as a fresher for me.
Which year passed out? You
2016 BTech EC.
2016, is it?
Yes.
Yeah. So companies will not treat your profile as a fresher profile. There are mostly you'll have to try in companies where there are few companies who hire people with education gap. Then what they do is they project your gap, part of your gap as a experience, and through that they project you to the client projects. So that is where you stand good chances. There are almost 10 to 15 companies which does that. There you will stand good chance. Otherwise, the companies
Like,
which come for hiring, you may not be. They most probably they won't consider your profile in that case.
okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other question? You can also post your questions in the chat window. Yeah, someone asked how many projects. So totally we'll be doing 2 projects. One project at 14 nanometer technology node, one project at 28 nanometer technology node. You will also get exposure to chip level PNR flow implementation as part of this training. Any other question? You can even ask the question, or you can post your questions in the chat window.
Yeah, hello. If you want to do only the advanced courses without doing the basic, so is it possible? Like, is there any?
Yeah, it is possible. It is possible. You have the complete flexibility to choose what all aspects to do. In this case, if you want to do only physical design main course, you can do that.
Okay, so it will start from which, like, is tickle scripting also going to teach on that advanced courses, or it is not there?
See, advanced course doesn't cover tickle scripting. So my suggestion would be, see, we have started one physical design advanced course 2 weeks back. So I don't think it will make sense for you to join into the batch because we have already done with 3 to 4 sessions in that. Rather, my suggestion would be, you can focus on TCL scripting. I mean, along with physical design main course, you can go for TCL scripting course. That you can take
So
2 to 3
this
weeks
is a
time.
different course.
It's a different course. You can do the tickle scripting course, at least the basic part. You can take 3 weeks time, and by the time you complete the 3 weeks, we'll have a physical design main course started. So that way you won't have
Okay.
any gap in this whole flow.
Okay. Okay. So tickle scripting also here only, na? In this institute
Yes.
only, or outside I need to do?
No, you can do tickle scripting course as part of, I mean, it is available in our institute.
Okay.
It will give you a very detailed perspective of TCL construct and how the physical design flow is automated using the TCL scripting. That course covers all aspects.
Okay. And one more
Sir,
doubt.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Like, if means I want to do the weekend classes only, but I am not flexible like from 9 to 1 that batch. So if like if any recording is there, I can treat as per my time. Is it fine?
Basically, you are telling that you are not available on 9 to 1, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. both Saturday
Actually, I want to do
and
only the
Sunday. Is it?
weekend classes. Hello.
Yeah, I
Am I
understand. So,
audible?
but are you available full day on Saturday and full day on Sunday?
No, that
Yes, yes, you
is
are
not
audible. Yeah.
available. Yeah. So is there any like e-learning is there, like some recording is there, and within 1 week I can complete my course, something from that. Actually,
Basically,
I'm
that as
having
you
it.
are aware, course is offered. You are able to
Hello?
hear me? Can you hear me? Can you
Yeah,
hear
yeah.
me?
Now yes, yes, now audible.
What I was saying. The course is offered in 3 months. Just give me 1 minute. I'll be just moving to other room. Then I will answer your question. Just give me 1 minute.
Okay.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes, clear,
Yeah.
audible.
So what I was telling is, basically the course is offered in 3 modes. One is classroom training, one is online training, one is self-paced e-learning course. So what you can do
Okay.
is, you can start off with e-learning course. Gayatri, in this case, you can start off with e-learning course. You can try that for 2 weeks. If it is comfortable,
Hello? Yeah, not audible actually. Hello?
for you, and if you are able to follow the things through the e-learning course,
Yeah,
you can
sorry. Yeah,
enroll
hello.
for complete
Uh,
e-learning course only. Sessions 1 to 6
can you
p.m.
repeat
Both
that
the days you'll have
again?
the lab sessions. Yeah. See, what I was telling is, I was telling you about e-learning course where you will get access to all the course recorded videos. Along with that,
Okay.
you'll have the live lab sessions over weekends. That is on Saturday and Sunday. You will be having the mentor guided lab sessions. And
Okay.
during that time, you can even talk to the mentor, and whatever doubts you have from the videos, you can talk to him and get the doubts clarified. Along with that, that mentor will be guiding you with the hands-on projects. I mean, step by step, how to do everything. They will be guiding you. I hope
Okay.
you got what I said, right?
Yes, yes, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
So
Any
that
other questions you
e-learning,
have?
um,
So what I was
so
telling is,
what is the time? What is the timing for that live lab session?
it will be 2
Timing
p.m. to 6 p.m. both Saturday and Sunday.
6 to 6. Okay.
2 to 6 around. Yeah.
Okay.
Uh, Sir, I
Uh,
have one doubt. While
Yeah.
joining, I was told that the basic and advanced course will also cover full. So we
Your
will
voice
have
is
to.
quite low. Your voice is quite low.
Sir, I was actually told that in basic and advanced course, TIL is also covered. TIL, Linux, and Unix.
Yeah.
Okay, so for if I take basic to advanced, so I need not worry about it.
Can you please type in your question? I don't know whether it's a problem with me or other everyone else. I'm not able to hear to you. I'm not able to listen properly to you. Your voice is very low at times. You can type in your question. I can read that question and I can answer that.
can you say about TCL, sir?
Regarding TCL, what is your query? No, I would rather suggest everyone please post your questions in the chat window. I'll be answering all those questions one by one. So now let me start with one student question. I am Aparanjali, BTech in ECE 2018 first year. Now I am working in RF. I want to switch to VLSI. Can I have job chances in VLSI as a fresher? Yeah, Aparanjali, for your question, since you are working in a RF domain, you can always show that domain, that company experience as relevant experience into physical design. Let's say you have been working 2 to 3 years. So whatever training you do as part of our institute, you can show that experience, the projects that you do during this 6 months time, as the projects that you have done in your current company. And along with that, you show 2 years of experience as a physical design engineer. Don't show as a RF engineer. With 2 years of experience and with the relevant projects, you will be able to get many interview opportunities. So in that case, you don't have to try as a fresher. You can directly try as an experienced person and you can even get in. There are hundreds of people from our institute itself who have done that. Like for example, someone from Wipro who is working into a software domain, and they have joined the course and they were able to get the required expertise and they were able to try as an experienced engineer and able to get into the other companies as experienced people. So I have just given one example here. There are hundreds of people who have done this, so even you can do that. Because when you say that you are working in RF domain, RF field, the company is working into some electronic aspect only, right? So you can always say that you have worked into the same company into physical design domain. Now let me go to the next question. I have this question is from Vamshi. I have 1 year gap after my 12th class. Is it going to be seen as a gap by companies? So companies will not see generally companies don't see the gap between the education. They only see which year you have passed out your highest degree, BTech or MTech, and after that how much gap do you have, only that they will see. They will not see the gap between 12th and BTech, because everyone these days, everyone can have, right? After 12th you have taken some IIT coaching or any other coaching, and there can be always 1 year gap. So companies won't treat it as a gap also. Now next, someone is asking STA how many days? STA will go for at least 3 to 4 weeks. So STA topic is not covered separately as a topic. It will go in line with the physical design training, because for a physical design engineer, STA understanding is very important, because at every stage, starting from the placement, when you do CTS, when you do routing, the STA is an integral part, and the timing analysis happens at each stage. So there is nothing like it is done in 1 week or 2 weeks. It is all covered throughout the course. Now, digital design is covered over 3 weeks. Initial 3 weeks, digital design will be covered. The next question: is there any opportunities for civil background students? Mostly for people from civil engineering background, the chance of getting into VLSI domain will be very less. Anyway, I'll give you my number. You can reach out to me. What is that you can do to get into the VLSI domain? I can give you suggestion, but I wouldn't suggest you to get into VLSI domain, because companies mostly look at electronics. I mean, people who are from electronics or computer science background to hire. So someone from civil, the chances are very less. But I will be giving my number. You can talk to me. Hussein, I will be sharing my number. Okay. You can call me after this meeting, so I can help you. What is that you can do? Next. Let me take question from Jaideep. What will be the, 1 second. What will be the initial minimum package for freshers? See, the salary range can start from 20,000 per month. That is almost 2.5 lakhs to, there are companies who have paid even up to 15 lakhs per year also. So the salary range can be from 2.5 lakhs to 15 lakhs based on which company you get into. Let's say you get into a services based company, services domain company, the average salary could be 4 lakhs per annum. When I say average salary, the lower end of that range is 2.5 lakhs, upper end of that salary range is 6 lakhs. So the average somewhere comes out to be 4.5 lakhs. And now if you get into any product company, the basic salary starts with 6 lakhs and the upper bracket of the salary goes to 15 lakhs. So there also there is a bigger range. So mostly from the training institute, you get into services domain only. 90% of our people get into services domain. So let me tell you, so the average salary could be around 4 lakhs. Next. I am 2021 batch passed out, then the company consider as a fresher. Of course, 2021 will be considered as a fresher, at least for next 2 years. Up to 2024, you will be still be considered as a fresher. Vijeta, I hope it is clear to you. Perl and TCL are covered. Perl is not covered. TCL is covered in depth. And the way it works is, if you know TCL very well, you can learn Perl quickly, because Perl, Python, and TCL have a lot of things in common. So with the understanding of TCL, you can always learn Perl. Next, Lakshman question I am taking. I have passed out in 2017, and for last 3 years, I have been working in embedded system field. How companies will consider my experience? Lakshman, same thing, whatever I have answered earlier, the same thing will apply for you, because you are from embedded system domain. That essentially means that your company, whichever company you works into, it is a electronics related domain, right? Electronics related company. So there itself, you have to show that whatever work you have done, you have to show that you have worked into physical design domain. Don't show 3 years experience. You show 1 year experience into embedded system. You show 2 years experience into physical design. So with whatever learning you get over 6 months time in the institute, you will be able to easily justify 2 years of experience. And even our trainers will help you with resume preparation, and they will help you how to attend the experience interviews. I mean, what kind of questions are asked. So we will be having some mock interviews to prepare you for experience job role also. So that is what you can do. I hope, Lakshman, it is clear to you.
Yes, Srinivas, I'm
Yeah,
Lakshman.
please.
So, I will be attending as an experienced candidate, right, for interviews. So, how would
Of course.
the
Yes, yes.
salary ranges? Because in
You
currently
should.
mine is a product-based company. So, here I'm earning quite good only. So, I have some financial commitments and I don't want to go down. So,
Actually, you don't have to go down. In
yeah,
most of the cases, a VLSI engineer earns more than embedded system engineer. I mean, don't take me offensively, but generally,
yeah,
given the market standards, a VLSI engineer, a 3 years VLSI experience engineer, can be getting anywhere from 9 lakhs to 30 lakhs.
okay,
Minimum could be 9 lakhs. On the upper bracket, a 3 years experienced person can even get up to 30 lakhs also. It is possible, and there are many people who do get that kind of salary. So, so since you didn't tell what is your salary, you can always get a salary better than that. I mean, as per
mine
my
is 10,
understanding of the
10,
way,
10 LPA currently.
you can get easily. I
Yeah,
mean, if it is 10, they will give 15. So I have seen scenarios where some person
okay,
quoted 3 lakhs. I mean, last week only, I'll tell you. Some person who was trying into functional
okay,
verification domain, that girl quoted 3 lakhs as her salary. Okay, after 2 years experience, the company
mm-hmm,
gave, a very
mm-hmm.
reputed company, very top services company, gave her 9 lakhs per annum. So they don't see what is your current
Oh,
salary; they
nice.
go by market standard. So they see that a 3 years experienced person should at least get 9 lakhs. So they will give 9 lakhs, because even if they pay less, she will get some other opportunity. So she won't join the company. They will at least pay minimum so that you don't look at any other alternatives. Does it answer your question?
Yes, yes, Srinivas, thank you.
Yeah. So what is that I can tell you is, our 6 months training can help you prepare on expertise similar to a 2 years experience person. I mean, the kind of projects you do, the depth in which projects are covered, and the kind of topics that are discussed during the training, it will enable you to perform at 2 years experience person level. Okay. Next,
Okay, clear.
let me go to timings. Please share. See, Indra, you were there in yesterday's session also, right? I have explained you the timings. Okay. Next. See, the course fee is basically, if you are looking for a 6 months training, it is 63,000 plus GST. You can connect with our team for any other specific details. Next. When will the course start? See, the course will start from day after tomorrow. Basically, tomorrow will be a break for completing the course enrollments. And from 19th of this month, that is from Tuesday, the course will be commencing. Gayatri, I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Okay. Next. Okay, I
Actually,
am
my doubt, like for pickle scripting, how much is the cost?
no, please do one thing. Please don't ask question. Please post the question in the chat window. That way, what will happen is I can take it in order. I won't lose track of my questions. Okay, what I have to answer. So now let me take a question from uh, Priyanka SP. So from basics to advanced PD course, the TCL, Linux, and Unix is covered. Yes, TCL, Linux, and Unix both all are covered in the as part of the basics course. They're all covered in the basic course. Along with that, we'll be covering digital electronics, in-depth advanced digital electronics. We'll be covering entire semiconductor concept, starting from the basic types, material types, till we do FinFET in-depth. Everything will be covered, including the fabrication steps. Everything will be covered as part of the course. And even Linux and TCL will be covered with a detailed practical example. I mean, we'll make sure that you are comfortable with both TCL and Linux. Okay. Next, placements and companies. So there are right now the placement scenario is very good. There are a lot of companies which are hiring. There are many companies which are hiring. I mean, both services and product companies are hiring from the institute. I feel, as per my current understanding, we have, even in physical design, we have more than 90% placements, because what we see is almost once every 2 days there is a company hiring from the institute. So that is where there is a lot of placements. Yeah, so someone, Pranay, please give brief about placement. So see how placements work is you will be getting the placement support starting from the 6th month of the training. Let us say you start July, around December time frame onwards, you will be getting the placement support. And first thing about placement is you will be getting placement support till the time you get a job. Even though I don't give any commitment when you will get the placement, because it all depends upon your preparation, also how well you do in the interview. But from our side, the commitment will be that whatever time it takes, it can take 6 months, it can take 1 year, or it can take 2 years, but till the time you get the job, we will continue to provide placement support. And now how the placement support works is, once you are done with the training, you will be added into one common WhatsApp group, where that group name will be like PD job support group, where all the students from institute, VLSI Guru Institute, who have completed training in physical design will be added. As and when these people get jobs, they will be removed from the group. And that is where we keep posting all the job requirements. So there we will be giving all the details about what is the name of the company, what is the salary they are going to pay, what is the bond terms and conditions, everything, the type, job description, everything. Based on that, student can apply for those jobs, and those profiles and the profile summary will be shared with the company, and there the further process will be taken forward. I hope, Pranay, it is clear to you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other questions you have regarding the placement?
No, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Yeah. Now regarding the companies, there are a lot of companies hiring. See, even from a services company, I mean, from a product company perspective, see companies like Samsung, Microchip, Micron, even Boeing. There are other companies like Onsemi. These are all companies hiring from us. From a services company perspective, almost every services company is hiring. See, recently we have been partnering with the companies in a model where we are hiring for the company. Let's say one company we have tied up recently, for example. On behalf of sign up, we are hiring few people, and we are training those candidates, and then we'll be giving those candidates to the company. I'm just giving you one company example here. So we have tied up with almost 13 companies in that model, where company gives us the complete ownership. They say that you go and hire the people and you train them, then you give the candidates, and in return they pay me the training fee. So that there in that model, the candidate doesn't pay any fee. It's a company which sponsors. So that model also we are working. I mean, it is just to give you a confidence that companies are also finding our training to be relevant, and they are okay to give the complete responsibility to the institute to do the complete process. Next, next Rohit, MTech in 2013, PhD in 2021, and have PD experience of 6 months. Is there any chance of getting job in good company? See, chance of getting a job in good company, it all depends upon how well you do during the training. Now, if you can show that 6 months experience as a relevant experience, I mean, of course you have a relevant experience, and with that you can, I think somewhere you should show some 6 months of internship experience, so that at least you have 1 year experience, because 6 months experience is treated as more like a fresher experience only. If you say that you have 6 months experience, companies treat as if you are a fresher only. Rather, if you show somewhere else another 6 months of intern experience before this 6 months period, and overall you will have 1 year experience, and with that companies will at least treat you as an experienced person. With that you can try. Rohit, is it clear? So given your background that you have completed PhD in 2021, you can still get opportunities. That won't be a problem. Rohit, is it clear to you?
Yes. Yes, yes,
Okay.
it is clear.
Indra, you please call me. You please call me afterwards. I'll answer all your questions, because I had almost answered 30 of your questions in yesterday's session. You remember, right? You are joining the call. You please call me separately. I'll answer all your questions separately. Okay. Next, sir, I am now I am answering Nilo for question. I am BE 2013 passed out, having work experience only in finance department. Can I get a job in VLSI? See, it is a bit tricky question, because you can't show that finance experience, finance department experience as a relevant experience. You most probably have to try into VLSI domain as a fresher experience only. And given that you are 2013 pass out, you might still find it difficult to cope up. And now what is the problem you are going to face? Let me tell you. Since you are still working, are you still working, Nilofer?
No, sir, no.
Okay, okay. If you are not working, then you have a advantage. Advantage, what I mean by that is you will have full time to prepare. Let's say someone is working into, let's say, finance department, and they still want to get into VLSI. It will be a big challenge because at the end of the day, quality of preparation comes by spending the time. You have to spend at least 30 to 40 hours of time every week to complete the course. So in this case, it is possible you can still try. And what we can do is there are some consultants. Let me tell you very openly. If you, since you are a 2013 pass out, there are two possibilities in which you can try. Please listen to me carefully. There are two possibilities in which you can try. One possibility is where there are some companies who hire people with education gap. What they do is they show part of your experience as a relevant experience, and then they project you for the client project. And that is how hiring happens in one case. Second case is in the worst case where you don't get any opportunities for whatever reason. You have to connect with some consultancy companies who give you some supporting documents. When I say supporting documents, they help you with offer letter, experience letters, and few things, and through that you can try. So I'm just being very open with you because other than these two, you don't have any other chance of getting. Whereas if I look from a fresher perspective, who is 2021, 2022, or even 2020 passed out, they will have a lot of opportunities because there are many companies who visit the institute to hire people with this kind of, freshers. In your case, there are two possibilities. As I said, one is where you try, you get into a companies who hire people with education gap. Other is going through a consultancy. You can think about these both possibilities. If you feel that you are open with these things, you are open in this approach, and if you feel that you have time, at least you should be able to spare 30 to 40 hours every week, because your preparation has to be on par with a 2 years experienced person. That is where you will be able to get into this kind of companies. So if you are fine with all these things, then you can think of getting into the training. Next,
Okay,
Vicky,
thank you.
I have passed out my MTech in 2011. Will there be any issues? I think Vicky Teron is the same thing what I have answered for Nilofer. It should be relevant for you also. Okay, I think I've missed some questions. Okay, Venkateshwar Reddy. I have passed out in 2016 and I have no experience. How to enter into companies like a fresher or experience? See, Venkateshwar Reddy, as I said, same explanation I gave to Nilofer will hold for you. You won't be able to get in as a fresher. Let me be very clear. For example, tomorrow Capgemini comes. They clearly tell us that they want 2022, 21, and 20 pass out. Maybe sometimes 2019. Not beyond that. Since you are 2016 pass out, all these companies which come for fresher hiring will not consider your profile. So again, it all comes down to whatever answer I gave to Nilofer, same thing will hold for you. So you have to answer three questions. One is, do you have enough time to spend every week? You should have at least 30 to 40 hours of time, because you should be better than a fresher. When you are done with the 6 months training, your preparation has to be much better than fresher, because you are not going to enter into industry as a fresher. You are going to enter into industry as a experienced person. That is the first thing. Second thing is, if you are very good, I told you, right, there are few companies, even they directly hire from us. You can get into those kind of companies. In the third possibility, where in the worst case you don't get anything, you have to go through some consultancy. Okay. I hope it answers your question. Any other questions you have, Venkateshwar?
Nothing. Thank you.
Okay. Again, Sharath, I am 2015
So
passed out and
one doubt, Srinivas. One doubt, Srinivas. How many companies experience will can came to your
there are almost 10 to 15
long
companies who hire.
gap?
No,
Long
whatever
gap
be the gap, whatever be the gap, they will hire. Those companies will hire you, because their business model itself is like that. They don't generally go for freshers. They go for people with education gap. They internally train you for another 3 to 4 months. Once you have completed training in our institute, if they feel that you have a good aptitude and attitude to learn, they will hire you. Then they train you to make you as good as 2 to 3 years experienced person. Okay, now if you may ask me one question, within 6 to 10 months, how can I become as good as 2 years experienced person? You can do, because a 2 years experienced person doesn't do any research work or doesn't do any innovation. They do the same work as a what fresher does, but they do it in a better manner, because they have that experience. So during this 6 to 8 months of training, you will get enough exposure where you can perform on par with a 2 years experienced person. So now to answer your question, like you said, how many companies? I would say around 15 companies are there in the market who hire in that model, and we can connect you with those companies as well. I mean, once you are done with the training.
Recently, which year passed out candidates selected likely?
I have
Recently, what
people with
news?
even I have seen people with even 2010 pass out also get into the industry.
With no experience.
I'll tell you some example where some person from Chennai, he was, I think he must be 40 plus years. He was working as a faculty there. Then he left the job because in faculty somehow he didn't see the growth, salary wise and even the position wise. He left the job and he came. That was back in 2020. Then he underwent training and within 1 year he was able to get the job.
Okay.
Okay, so he must be 2010 or earlier pass out in that by that time actually. Okay, so once it comes to the gap, right? Actually, your year of pass out doesn't matter. I mean, anything after 2010 wouldn't matter because it all comes down to how good you are with the subject. Because the company which wants to hire you, you should be good enough to justify 2 years experience, right? That is, if you justify, they will hire you. That won't be a problem. I have seen many people getting. See, even I have seen scenarios where one person was 2014 passed out. He was working in Indian Railways actually. Okay, I don't know his profile, but he was not
Now
interested
I'm
for whatever
also
reason.
working in police department also, so connect.
Okay, so in those cases, yeah, he took 1 year long leave actually. I think some long leave, and then he came. He did the training. Immediately he didn't get the job, but after 6 months he was able to get. And now he is very well settled actually. I mean, he quit his railways job and he is very well settled into the industry. So if you ask me, does everyone like this get a job? Answer is no. Answer is no. Like if you ask me, let's say 10 people like this profile come, does all the 10 people get job? No. I would say the success ratio might be anywhere like 70 to 80%, where depending on your effort and how much time do you give, automatically if your quality of preparation is good, you have very good chance of getting into the job. Is that clear,
Thank you.
Venkatesh?
Okay, thank you.
Only thing I want to tell you is, being in current job wherever you're working, then things might be difficult because you are already working. Let's say you're already working for 40-50 hours a week, for example. Then how much time you can take out? All you need to ask is, can I take out at least 30 hours in a week? At least. If you are not able to take that much time, then don't join the training because your quality will not come up to the required level and you won't be able to get a job.
Okay.
Next.
Is it possible to both online and offline sessions?
Yeah, you can do. See, you can do the training in hybrid mode also. What I mean by hybrid mode is, the training is offered in both classroom and both online training. Even now, training is happening in classroom and online. Once the course starts, you can do part of the course in classroom, part of the training in online. And if you wish, you can do whole training in offline. I mean, you have the complete flexibility. So the institute doesn't restrict you that you have to only come in classroom or you have to only attend in online. Institute will not restrict you. You have the complete flexibility. Let's say in your
After
case,
completion
let's say
of training, one doubt. After completion of training, we can share the videos.
Generally, what happens during the training, every session you attend, you get access to the recorded video of each and every session for 1 week duration at least. After the training completion, you will not have access to the videos, but at a nominal cost. Generally, we charge some nominal cost per week. We give access to all the videos. So the basic policy is, during the training, whatever session you attend, let's say you are attending this session is being recorded. This video will be available for you at least for 1 week. Like that, every video will be available. But after the training completion, if you want access to all the videos, there will be a nominal cost. I think some 500 or so per week, you will be given access to the videos where you can go and revise all the videos at once. Okay, now if you ask me why that cost, there has to be some cost where the people has to understand the value of the access they are getting. So hence we charge a nominal fee to give the access. Next. Sharath.
After 6 months, we cannot access it.
After the 6 months, you will not have access to the e-learning videos. I mean, you see, when you come to the institute, yes, there are some systems in the institute where all the course videos are available. Those who are attending online, will have to pay nominal fees to get access to all the recorded videos after the training completion.
Okay. Thank you.
Is that clear to you?
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you, sir.
Clear.
Very much clarity from my side. Yeah, like I mean, few people, I mean, who they are going with some experience, right? 2-3 years experience from some other institute, they'll get and they'll go. Like, my question is, in the training session, do we have any kind of PNR flow? I mean, a small blog which we can go through the flow and everything like that. And do we have tool access? I mean, how many months we will be having the tool access?
Okay. See, basically, the training is not going to be purely theoretical. Okay. If it is theoretical, you don't need to join any training institute. There are many resources available in the internet where you can read and learn all the aspects of theory. The whole advantage of joining any institute, in this case, the whole advantage of joining the VLSI Guru Institute is because someone is going to guide you with the entire practical flow of the PNR flow implementation for one block. In this case, as I said, we are going to do two projects. One will be done at 14 nanometer, one will be done at 28 nanometer. You will be getting exposure to the entire flow. As trainer might have told you, you will also get exposure to how synthesis is being done, what are the inputs of synthesis, and how do we set up the synthesis flow. Now, when it comes to the PNR flow, you will get exposure to everything, starting from setting up the database, I mean, importing the design, till we do physical verification. I mean, it has got almost 10 steps, as you see. Floor plan, power plan, placement, CTS, routing, parameter extraction, then static timing analysis, then we do ECO, then we do physical verification, then we do IR drop analysis. You will get exposure to all these aspects through a practical live hands-on session. I mean, there will be a person who will be guiding you step by step what you do. Now, it all comes down to you, student, how much he wants to learn out of it. Now, trainer can teach you 50%. Let's say remaining 50%, how much you get into the tool, how much you get into the flow, and how much more you can learn. So it is a mix of effort from the institute and student effort, what makes you gain the complete expertise. Does it answer your question?
Yes. And here, like the sign-off tools, PV, I mean, STA, PT kind of tools also available in the training?
Yes, we will be using totally. I will be using totally 5 tools during this course. We'll be using ICC2 for complete PNR flow. We'll be using design compiler for synthesis purpose. We'll be using prime time for static timing analysis, and star RC for extracting the parameters. Then we'll be using IC validator for physical verification. Now, since these are all synopsis tools, they are automatically integrated in the flow.
Okay. Thank you so much.
And you will be getting a detailed documentation. You'll be getting a detailed documentation which helps you do the things yourself itself. I mean, you will be getting
kind of user
steps
guide,
on how user guide. Yeah, there are multiple user guide, because see, we have been doing physical design training for almost 7 years now. So during that time, we have done a proper documentation on the flow, proper documentation on the course material, everything. You'll be getting access to that. Now, you were asking about the tool access. You will be having tool access for the entire course duration, 24/7. I mean, throughout the day, you can access anytime. Now, also along with
one
that,
candidate, one tool, right? Not sharing.
It won't be like that. Yeah, it won't. It will be sharing, of course. See, if I have 100 students, I can't purchase 100 licenses. Let me be very clear, because the cost per tool is very high. It need to be shared. I mean, generally, cost assumption will be at any time 50% of the candidates will be connected to the server. So that assumption only we purchase the tools. Okay. Now the next thing is, you don't need to really use the tool 24 hours. Let me be clear, because you don't have to use 24 hours. It's mostly reading things, learning concepts, and then implementing that in the tool. Maybe I'm thinking about, you may have to use the tool for 6 to 7 hours in a day. That would be good enough for you.
Yes.
And other than
do
that,
we get the access to SolveNet kind of stuff, or no?
SolveNet you don't get, but if you need some documents, we can download it from SolveNet. But as a student, you don't get access.
This tool can be accessed from home also, right? With VPN something.
Yes, of course you can access. See, there is see, even now, what is the scenario we have is, there are almost 40 to 50 participants attending online. There are 7 participants who are attending from classroom. So both classroom students and online students will not face any issue in accessing the server. You will be provided with VPN credentials, and you will be given with server login credentials. Through that, you can connect to the server and practice.
Sir, I am using my system as CentOS, sir. Can I use this VPN also, sir, from CentOS?
CentOS, I will tell you, because see, currently our servers are supporting Windows and Mac OS, but CentOS, let me tell you. Okay, you can. I will share my number at the end of this session. You can call us and I can clarify you, because in this case I will have to check with my network administrator regarding this aspect.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah, coming back to the questions in the chat window, Sharath, I have already answered your similar questions to Venkateshwar and other people. Do you have still questions, or you want me to elaborate further?
Yeah,
Your question
nothing,
was
sir.
your 2000.
Yeah, clear, sir. Clear. Answer, sir. Hello.
Yeah, please. Yeah.
Sir, you said there are 15 or more companies are recruiting like a 2016 or 2015 password batch. And sir, I think they are asking more than 3 years bond. Sir, is it correct?
Of course, see, nobody will hire you. See, generally what happens, I'll tell you. How the fresher mentality, how a new person mentality, I'll tell you. Let me tell you. Someone gives you 3.5 lakhs salary today. Tomorrow, you join that company. You work there for 1 week. You work there for how many days? 1 week. After that, someone gives you 3,70,000. You will not even stay in the company for 1 week. You will immediately jump just for 20,000.
Okay.
Now, what will happen to the investment they have done on you? It'll all go waste, right? So they take bond and they are very much justified, because even we have experiences where people don't stay. People don't have any ethics of staying back. If they see that someone is giving 50,000 more, they will move. Now, how do you think company will protect their investment? Initially, when you join the company, you are not going to generate any revenue for you. See, they are not going to print the money and give you, right? They have to generate revenue from somewhere. So what they do is, when they hire you, they take you through the training, 3 to 4 months of training, so that you are as good as a 2 to 3 years experienced person. During that time, they invest money. It's money is not just the salary they are paying you. There are a lot of things that goes into it. The time they spend, the training they are providing you, everything. So it's an investment on you. They want to make sure that that investment is giving returns to them. That is where they take 3 years bond. So you have to be mentally prepared to sign that 3 years bond in one case. In the second case, where you go through the consultancy, you don't have to do anything. It's just a risk you take, right? Because through consultancy you have to perform like a 2 years experienced person, then you have to prove the background verification. So in the second case there is no bond. In the first case, of course, bond will be there. Sharath, is it clear to you?
Yeah, clear, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Now, Gayatri Sahu, for TCL scripting, how much is the cost? I think TCL scripting cost for basic part of the TCL will be 4,000 rupees plus GST. It will cover all the aspects of the TCL flow. I think Vicky Teron, I have answered your question. Like, you are MTech 2011 pass out. Whatever answer I gave to Sharath and whatever answer I gave to other person, Venkateshwar, same thing will hold for you as well.
Okay,
if you still have any questions, I'll be giving my number in the chat window after this call. Please call me. I can help you clarify all your doubts.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Because I can't openly tell that go to a company, get some fake experience and apply. Because at one point someone is really interested and they still want to get into the industry. I don't want to go roundabout. I rather tell what are the possibilities. Now it is up to the student whether they want to do it or not to do it. Because there are people who have done it and who are able to settle into the jobs after doing all those things. Next, Vinod Reddy. Offline class means trainers coming to office or trainers sharing screen from somewhere else. Vinod, offline classes means trainers coming to the institute. In 90% of the cases, the trainers, when we say offline classes, the course will happen offline, where the trainers will be in the classroom and teaching. So in this case, let's say you are already at the institute and trainer is doing from online. It is because he had to travel to Hyderabad on a short notice. That is where he is doing online. But otherwise, when we say offline classes, the trainer will be in the institute and he will be teaching offline to you. Next, Vinod Reddy, same question. What are the topics candidates should be well versed before joining the course? What are the topics candidates should be well versed? You don't need to be well versed with any topic for that matter. I mean, if you are good with digital electronics or semiconductor basics, that is an advantage. That will be good aspect. But even if you are not good with any of these things, let's say you don't know digital design, you don't know semiconductor concept, you don't know Linux, we cover everything from the basics. That is where we have a 2 months of basic foundation course, As part of this 2-month basic foundation course, we cover everything. Let's say even when we start from digital design, we start from the fundamentals like what is logic gates, what is a truth table, what is a K-map, what is a Boolean expression, what is Boolean expression minimization, what is POS, what is SOAP. Everything will be covered from the basics, with some hands-on examples. I mean, with some practice examples. The same thing applies for semiconductor fundamentals, where we start off from what is conductor, what is insulator, what is semiconductor, what is valence bands, what is conduction band. So at that level we start, and then we move on to the advanced aspects like short channel effects, FinFET, fabrication, everything gets covered. So we don't expect any student to come prepared with any specific topic, but if you have a basic idea of any of these things, it's a good thing. Only thing you need to have during the 6 months time is the motivation. I mean, you should be completely motivated throughout the 6 months to spend time and to learn whatever trainer is teaching you. That would be sufficient.
Srinivas,
Next,
one doubt, Srinivas.
Amit Reddy. Yeah, please tell me.
After completion of session, the course, how many months access tool will be given to you?
Tool access will not be there for online students after the training completion. Those attending offline can come to the institute and access the tool. Those attending online, if they still want access to the tool after training, there will be a nominal cost of 2,500 per month to get access to the tool, and through that you can get access. The tool access will be during the training. Yeah.
Sir, if there is any difference between online and offline course, and sir, your office, and sir, there is in Noida, your office is open in Noida also.
See, there is no currently. 1 second. There is of course a difference between offline and online. I mean, if I have to tell you which mode of learning is more effective, offline is always more effective than online. First thing. Now you were asking about training at Noida. Currently, we don't have Noida center open. It has been closed during COVID, and we haven't reopened that branch. So you can assume that probably we will not be opening the Noida branch, and we only have the Bangalore branch. So if at all you are looking for offline training, you should come down to Bangalore. But otherwise, you can attend the complete training from your home itself online. Once in a while, you can always come to Bangalore office and get your doubts clarified. I mean, you can stay here for 1 or 2 weeks and interact with the trainers. That is also possible. Is that clear to you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Next. Amit Reddy. I am 2020 passed out. I am working in DXC as a SAP FICO field. I have got 2 years of experience. Will I be considered as a fresher? And can I show this experience into PD domain? Crack the interviews as 2 years experience candidate. See, SAP, when you say SAP FICO, right? Like when you say you're working in DXC, it's all about if it has got any relevant electronics domain, yes, you can show. Even otherwise, you can always show that you had a team which works into VLSS services domain, and you can show some experience. I mean, instead of getting a completely fake documents, it is rather better to show the same current company as a relevant experience into physical design. I think that will be better rather than getting some other documents for you. Now, there is a possibility that company may ask how DXC works into VLSI. It's just all about how confidently you tell them. That can make the difference for you. Amit, does it answer your question? Hello, Amit, does it answer your question? Okay. Okay, Sheila Kumari. I am 2019 pass out and I have no experience. So the same thing, Sheila, since you are 2019 pass out, there is a chance that some of the companies will consider you as a fresher. But otherwise, since you are still 2019 pass out, right, there you will have some chances where you will get interview opportunities in both fresher based and experience based profiles. Lakshman B. The tools we use in VLSI Guru is same as current market. Of course, the tools what we use is the tools similar to what is being used in the any other VLSI companies. Next, Sairam. I completed my BTech in 2021 and I have 58% in my graduation. Is there any good opportunities in MNC companies with good package? Sairam, if your percentage is below 60%, my frank opinion would be, my suggestion would be, undergo training in functional verification domain. In physical design, what happens, given the competition, there are companies always expects the candidates to have at least 60% aggregate. So anyone less than 60%, they don't consider. When they don't consider, your chance of getting shortlisted to the interviews will be very less. Now, then you may ask, why did I suggest functional verification? Generally, in functional verification, what happens is there are a lot of startups are there. I mean, smaller companies are there whose headcount is less than 100. These companies are desperate to increase the, I mean, to hire the people. They, when they want to hire, because they are smaller companies, they don't keep restriction like minimum percentage should be 60, minimum should be 70. They can't keep, because for them hiring itself is a difficult task. You will have good chance in those kind of companies. So if your percentage is less than 60%, okay, if your percentage is less than 60%, I would suggest you to go for functional verification domain, because you will have a better chance of getting a job in functional verification compared to physical design. And it's all because of some more startups are there in functional verification, and it's easy to start a company in functional verification, actually speaking, in VLSI domain. So hence you will have relatively more opportunities in that domain. Next.
Hello, sir.
Neelofer. 1 second. Yeah, please ask.
Yeah, sir. This is Amit. The only doubt I had was if there is no VLSI field in DXC, will in that case also I can work it out as a 2 years experienced candidate in VLSI field?
Yes, you can. See, it's all comes down to how confidently you present, right? Let's say if I tell that VLSI Guru, okay, we are providing training in Amazon Web Services, let's say. Now, by going by the name VLSI Guru, you will say that how VLSI Guru can be in Amazon Web Services training. It is possible, right? I can always explore other domain of training, and I can even confidently answer your question where I can help you understand that we are into Amazon Web Services training. The same thing with DXC, you can learn and gain so much expertise that you can tell to them that this is the kind of chip I have worked on. This is the purpose. I mean, you can always tell that DXC wanted to develop their chip for some purpose. They had set up a domain for some. I mean, these days every company is developing. Even Google is developing. Even Facebook is developing. Even Amazon is developing. Everyone is developing their own chips. And now it need not be a surprise that even DXC can develop their own chip. So it's all about how confidently you tell. Now companies and the people don't have so much time to really go and search whether DXC does a chip design development or not. Then what does it come down to? How well you do in the interview and how confidently you answer is what makes the difference. Is that clear, Amit?
Yes, sir. Will the institute helps while the interviews we don't have?
See,
I mean,
the first thing we do
yeah.
is we will help you with 2 projects. Okay. Second is we will help you update your resume. Generally, frequently we keep doing resume preparation sessions where the trainer will help you create your resume and add the projects into your resume. The third thing will be we'll be conducting some mock interviews for you, and we'll
Okay.
also
So
make sure that you attend at least 10 mock interviews, which gives you a feel of how well you have done and where you are lacking, where you need to improvise. So after that, when you are confident that your preparation is as good as a 2 years experienced person, then you start looking for direct opportunities. Is that clear to you?
yes, yes, sir. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Everyone is saying, Neelofer, next question is Neelofer. Everyone is are saying that this is a pressurized job. Why so? Now, physical design, of course, is a little bit hectic job. Now, why it is hectic job is, if the chip design domain is for 8 months, let's say we are working on a mobile phone SoC, let's say the project duration is for 8 months, the actual physical design work happens in the last 3 months of the duration. I mean, because it comes once the RTL has been developed, once the RTL has been verified, then once the synthesis has been done and DFT has been done, then the physical design will start. So the whole work of physical design engineer happens in the last 3 months of the project phase. That is almost in the last 40% of the time. So there will be pressure, right? Because so many things to do in a shorter duration. So it will always involve some kind of pressure. But now I don't want to say that they will be always under pressure. If you like the work and if you are good with what you do, you can be efficient and you can make sure that that pressure doesn't really come to you. It's all about the expertise with the TCL scripting, expertise with the flow, expertise with the tool, what will make a difference to you? If you are good with all these things, it won't be a pressure. You will enjoy the work and you can do much better actually. Nilofer, does it answer your question?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Next, Lakshman B. Could you possibly share the office location in Bangalore? See, Lakshman, you please go to Google Maps, just search VLSI Guru. You will get only one location there. That is where you can come down. See, it is in Outer Ring Road. You can easily reach the location by, I mean, anywhere on Ring Road, you catch any bus that goes towards Hebbal or towards Banashankari or Silpur, you will be able to get down at our place. Okay, but otherwise, if you want to see the location, please search VLSI Guru in Google Maps, you will find the location. But if you still want, I will be sharing my number. You please WhatsApp me, I will share the address location to you. Next, Kishore, will institute provide fake experience certificate or do we need to buy from anywhere? So institute doesn't help with any fake experience letter. Institute is a place where you gain the knowledge. Now getting the certificates and something, there are consultancies with whom we can connect. You can approach them and get whatever documents you need from them. Next, Sai Kiran. I have 75% in for 2016 batch Tripoli students. Chances may have less or more. I am from AP. When we reach institute for internship and project? Sai Kiran, same thing. Whatever I explained for other people, it holds the same thing for you. Whatever I have answered for Venkateshwar and other people, right? Sharat, same thing holds for you. And now when it comes to the project, you can come anytime to the institute. See, you actually speaking, you don't even need to come to institute. There are people who are based out of Canada, Europe, and US who have been doing the complete training online. They have been doing complete training online, including the projects and everything. So, if at all you want to come to the institute, you can come anytime. Let's say after 2 months of the training, you can come. Even during the training, you can come anytime. Everyone, please be mute. Everyone, please be mute. There is a background noise. Next, Sai Kiran, how many days training online session can I continue with VLSI Guru? I told you, right, Sai Kiran, it's all your choice. You can do complete training online, you can do complete training offline, you can do a mix of whatever you prefer. I can't suggest you, it is all your interest, right? Your personal thing is what decides whether when do you want to come to the institute. But you can come anytime. There is no restriction on that. I hope I have answered all the questions which are posted in the chat window. Next, some people are questions directly to me.
Excuse me, sir.
One question is I am 2021 passed out and I belong completely different background, not from electronics. So could you start with basics? But if the whole basics is not possible, do suggest me basics topic which I can study and get through. Sri Lakshmi, since you are 2021 pass out, it's only 1 year since you have completed your degree, right? And as I told you, you don't need to come prepared with any topics at all. We teach everything from basics. Let me be very clear, because people who join the institute are from different backgrounds. I mean, someone from a college which is based in a village, I mean, which is based in a small town in one of the states, right? So all these people come with different levels of expertise. So we don't go with any assumption that someone will be good with digital electronics, someone will be good with CMOS. We don't go with any assumption. Everything will be covered from scratch. So all you have to do is you have to spend time. The most important thing in this whole course is spending time and being motivated and looking at the things positively, that I can learn and I can get the job. That kind of positive attitude should be there throughout the course. Sri Lakshmi, does it answer your question? Okay. Next, Aparanjani. Thank you for your answer. But in BL Hyderabad, VLSI PD is not there. Only VHDL programming is there. But now I want to take training in PD. Which is better for me, back end or front end? See, Aparanjani, the name BL itself means that it is a Bharat Electronics Limited, right? I mean, I don't need to really expand it for you. So that itself means that BL can have all kinds of electronic activities. It can have VHDL programming, it can have physical design. Now, let's say you attend tomorrow interview for Qualcomm. Someone from Qualcomm don't know what you do in what BL does in Hyderabad. If you say that I worked into physical design in BL Hyderabad, is there any way he can go to Hyderabad BL office and verify whether they do physical design there? They won't be able to verify, right? It's all comes down to how well you learn the subject and how confidently you attend the interview. So if you yourself has a doubt that how can I tell, then everyone else will figure it out. So it all comes down to you being confident that you can tell that I worked into physical design. Now it's just that if you can justify that experience what you have put in your resume, the companies don't really question so much, and they don't really have time to go to BL office and search whether there is a physical design in the team or not. Okay, next. Vamshi, I am 2022 pass out. Will I be lacking behind opportunities in a product based companies or also understanding the course? See, since you are 2022 pass out, as I told, we will be covering everything from basics, so you don't have to worry about what you are going to learn. You will be learning everything required for a physical design engineer perspective. Next, will I be lacking opportunities in the product company? See, you should not start off your learning or training with the assumption that with the target that I should get into product based companies. Your target should be, I should be very good with physical design. Your only thing you should be telling yourself is not even job. You should not even be telling that I should get job in 6 months. You should be telling yourself that I should become very good with physical design. That's the only thing. Eventually what happens is if you learn with the target, within 2 to 3 years you will definitely be into a product company. You may start with services company, but you can easily get into product based company. I can tell you one example. See, we had a student, okay, by name Swapnil, for example. He passed out in 2022 April. He started his career with CDM systems. Okay, now it is Tech Mahindra. Now 2-3 months back he got into Cadence at a very high salary. So and throughout his learning, his focus was only on learning the things. He was not even looking at getting into a job. So there are many such examples where people only focused on learning and becoming very good with the subject, and they were able to easily get into the product companies. Vamshi, is it clear to you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Aparanjani, you had one more question, whether back end is better or front end is better. It's all your interest. Okay. See, I can't tell you which is better because everyone has their own perspective. See, in my case, I'm into functional verification, that is front end. For me, front end is good, right? Someone who is working in physical design for, let's say, for 15 years, for him, back end is good. So it's all personal perspective. My way of telling you is, if you are interested in programming kind of job, let's say you said that you have worked into VHDL programming and you are good with VHDL programming, then you can go for front end domain. If you feel that no, you are not good for programming and you are more interested in tool and technology kind of job, then you can go for back end domain. Next, Aparanjani, is there any placement facility for e-learning course candidates? Of course, e-learning students will be treated on par with any other student. Only reason why we are offering e-learning courses, the people like you who are working will not have time to attend the regular course. Hence, we are giving a flexibility to you to do the course at your own convenience. But in every other perspective, you get the same support as a live training student. That means, what do I mean by same support? You will have the tool access throughout the course. You will be having a live weekend sessions where you can talk to the trainer and get your doubts clarified, and you will be getting the placement support. You will be getting opportunity to attend mock interviews. You will be getting the support in resume preparation. So whatever support a live student gets, you will get all the support. So there won't be any differentiation between e-learning student and a classroom or live student. All three of them will be given same priority when it comes to the placement support. Any other questions? Amit Reddy, which one is better, weekdays or weekends? See, if there is any possibility, full week training is always better than weekend training. Always, 100%. Full week training is always better than weekend training. So in this case, there is again one flexibility is there. Let's say you enroll for full week training. Some sessions you miss for some reason. You always have access to those recorded videos, which you can always revise. Now there is also a flexibility where you join for full week training. Whenever you have a commitment and you can't attend full week, we'll give you option to switch to weekends only training at that point of time. You can switch full week, weekends, as per your flexibility. There is also one more flexibility here in our institute, where you join any mode of training, any training. Let's say you join physical design training, or you join functional verification training, or you join DFT training. You have full 2 months time. You have 2 months time where you can decide to continue with the physical design training or switch over to other domain. Let's say you started with physical design training. After 2 months, you figured out that no, you are not interested in physical design. I mean, you are more interested in functional verification domain. We will give you option to switch to the functional verification domain without charging any additional fee. So only thing is, here you may be thinking I'm going to lose 2 months because I'm learning something else. So way you should look at it is, first thing is you are getting flexibility to to explore both the domains, functional verification domain and physical design domain. Second thing is, it is better than continuing in a domain which you are not interested. Rather move to some other domain, so that way you are not going to waste your time, right? Because let's say you don't like physical design, there is no point continuing that domain, right? So there we will give you flexibility to switch to other domain without any additional cost. I hope I have answered all the questions. Someone is asking, Lakshman, is it strictly 20 students per batch? No, it's not 20. I think somewhere you might have seen it wrong. 25 to 30 will be there. See, it can go up to 30 also. The batch strength can go to 30 also, but it won't be more than 30. Next, Sunil. I am working in testing domain in software. My designation is test engineer with 1+ years of experience. If I want to switch to VLSI domain during my job trial, can I use this testing experience to project it as I worked in PD engineer, or only should I try only for functional verification? Sunil, you don't need to. You can always try for physical design domain. It's all about showing 1 year experience into physical design. And it's just that you have to be confident when you explain that you are into physical design domain. Other than that, you can get into any domain, whether functional verification or physical design. You won't find any much difference there. Sunil, does it answer your question?
Okay, but in my experience certificate, they will give it as a testing engineer. So
okay, which company do you work?
Consider it as that much, like you work in testing something. Will they question me like that?
No, see, they won't see. For a 1 to 2 years experience person, they really don't bother about your designation at all. All they bother is how much knowledge you have. Once they hire you, will you be able to perform? See, right now you're working into testing domain. So what is your manager is interested in? He is not interested in anything else other than how do you do the job? Given a specific block, specific topic, do you complete it properly or not, right? Rest all things they don't bother. Even when you go into VLSI domain, the companies don't bother about your designation at all. They bother how good you are with the subject, how confidently you are able to answer in the interview. Will you be able to do without any hand holding? See, it should not be like your manager sits next to you and tell you, do this now, do this floor plan, do this placement. They can't do, right? They want you to be working independently. If you can convince them that yes, I can work independently without any support, even if your designation is a HR engineer, I mean HR admin, even if your designation is recruitment or anything else, they will hire you, because the industry needs the people who can work independently and who can do the job without any issues. That's what they want. They don't want people who keep going to the person lead and ask, I need support. Every hour you go and ask support, then they won't hire you. That's the only point you need to remember. Is it clear to you?
Yeah, it is clear.
Yeah. Now, Sairam, which one is better, online or offline? Tell me. Let me ask the question openly. Which is better, offline or online? Can someone tell me?
Offline.
Always offline, right? 100% offline. It's just that, let me tell you, our online training is also equally effective. I mean, equally effective, but definitely will not be as good as offline training. I would say 90%, 90 to 90% as effective as offline training. Next, Lakshman. I have opted for weekends only batch. If I want to come to institute and attend weekend classes physically, how will that be possible? Because parallelly my batch will be going online class. No, see what happens is, for a weekend batch, both weekend and live weekday batch will be merged. See, for weekdays batch, how it works is, the theory sessions, which is done by the main trainer, will be done on Saturday and Sundays. The lab sessions will be done during the weekdays. Whereas for a weekend student, both theory and lab sessions will happen during the weekends only. So both theory session will be common for everyone. For full week students, for weekends only students, the theory session timing will be common, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. whatever is happening now, and whatever happens on Sunday, Saturday and Sunday, same session will be attended by both full week students and weekends only students. So hence, you will not have any problem. Lakshman, is it clear to you?
Uh, yeah. So in additionally, what this weekday batch people will learn during the week? Only
They will be
additional hours of
in the lab session. Generally, what happens
practice.
is,
Okay.
if I take weekend only batch, there will be only 5 to 6 students in this batch. For example, if I take July batch that is going to start in July 2022, for weekends I'll have 25 students. For weekdays I'll have 20 to 25 students. Tell me, in that case, those 25 students will require more time to do the same topics, same content. Now the 5 students, same topics can be covered in weekends only, because there are only few students.
Okay. So the remaining 25%, 25 people who attend all the week, they will get a lot of time for the lab, right? But
They will be getting, they will have lab sessions. So if you feel that is the way, then you join weekends or weekday training, right? So I'm telling you that since they are freshers, they need more guidance, So at each stage they need guidance. Now those who attend weekends are working professionals. They are more matured with the subject. So whatever it takes me 2 hours to teach a fresher, I can cover the same thing in 1 hour for you.
Okay, understood.
But in any case, sometimes what may happen is the course for weekend students may get extended. See, the lab sessions may extend for another 2 to 3 weeks. But we do that. So we are not going to do the things in hurry, and we will not be trying to complete the things. Rather, we'll make sure that for weekend students, we'll extend the course by another 2 to 3 weeks to make sure that your course is completely covered properly.
Okay, fine, understood.
Okay. Next, last question. Is there any, sir, Kishore question, is there any bond if one selected as experienced candidate? See, if you go with some kind of documents, consultancy document, there won't be any bond. But if you go directly, if they hire you as a fresher, if they hire you because of your education gap, they will at least, of course, keep a bond. But getting in as an experienced person, there won't be any bond. Any other questions?
One doubt, Srinivas. After completion of course, at least 2 months can access the online classes. Can you provide?
Classes, see, no, it can be accessed at a nominal cost. I don't want to say that we'll do it for free, because I can't change the policy overnight. When I change the policy, it has to be applicable to everyone. So current policy is there will be a nominal fee charged. As I told you, per week we charge 500 rupees. With that, we provide you with access to all the recorded videos. That is the best we can do. I believe it's reasonable what we have been charging. But if you can come down to
institute free, it is free of cost.
You can go through the videos, yes, because we have put up some systems in the lab room where the videos are also available. You can watch those videos.
Okay, thank you.
See, the 500 charging is some streaming charges. I mean, some process will be there. That's the cost we are charging. Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions? Some question from Subhash. I am not attending lecture regularly in all the days. So can I can attend lecture my time in all the day. I am BTech 2015. Any matter in the job? See, first thing, as I said, since if you are 2015 passed out, I have given the explanation, right, to a lot of other people what you can do. If you feel that you are okay with that, you can try in this manner. Now coming to the lecture timings. See, lecture timings will be more or less fixed, 9:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. all the days in the week, 6 days in the week. If you don't attend any session for reason, let's say you missed today's session, you will get access to the recorded video of that session. That way, you can always go through that video, whatever doubts you have, because tomorrow again there will be a live session. You can talk to the trainer and get the doubts clarified. The best part of training will be there will be a live session every day. So whatever doubt you have today, you can always talk to the trainer very next day and get your doubts clarified. And since you will have, everyone will have access to all the recorded videos of the session, you can always revise and make sure that whatever doubts you have, you can even clarify by going through those videos. Next, Vijeta. I have completed my 7 months as a PF engineer. So will that be considered as an experience as a fresher, as 2021 passed out? See, if you have worked as a RF engineer, right? You can show that as a physical design experience only. You can show that 7 months experience as a physical design experience. There won't be any problem. It is always, see, anyone, right? It's always good to show some experience. Even if you don't have, even if you have some internship experience, it's always good to show 6 months, 1 year experience, because that always gives more weightage to your resume, because you will not be treated as a direct fresher. They'll at least treat as if you have some kind of experience. Vijeta, I hope it is clear to you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Next, Priyanka. I think I have answered the question from basics to advanced. I want class for weekend batch only. Yeah, you can attend weekend batch only training, Priyanka. I think while I was answering Lakshman, I have given the schedule, right? You will be having the sessions both Saturday and Sundays. During the initial 2 months, if you are attending the basics course, you will only have 4 hours of training, both Saturday and Sunday. Once we start with the main course, the training will be for at least 7 hours in a day, 7 to 8 hours. Around 4 hours of theory lecture, around 4 hours of lab session will be there. So that will be the schedule, and other than that, you will have access to all the recorded videos so that you can watch those videos during your weekdays. So the important thing I want to tell you, please listen here, that you will have access to all the recorded videos. You will be able to watch those videos even during the weekdays. That way you can utilize your time during the weekdays also. That is for working professionals. All the concepts will be covered for weekend. Of course, we'll be covering all the concepts. During the basics training, only thing is we are going to give you the videos. So we want you to go through the videos, and the same topics will be discussed over the weekdays also. During the weekend sessions. Now, only reason I'm asking you to go through the videos is because it's not possible to cover all the 6 days topics in 2 days, right? Let's say whatever I do from Monday to Saturday, can I cover all the contents exactly same thing in Saturday and Sunday? It's not possible, right? Because you will have to go little fast to cover the same topics. So that's where you have to go through the videos, and you will be getting the support over the weekends. And when the main course starts, there will be a dedicated batch for weekends itself. Priyanka, I hope it's clear to you. Any other questions? Okay.
Excuse me,
See,
sir,
I
one
will be
last
leaving my.
question.
Yeah, please ask.
So then from Tuesday, sir, this same link will be there for classes?
No, there will be a new link that will be shared with you, because this is the link we generally use for demo class. This link, what you have attended today, is generally what is used for demo class. All demo classes we do through this link. Okay. Now, when you attend the session on Tuesday, once you enroll, you will be added into a WhatsApp group. In that WhatsApp group, we'll be posting the link for you.
Okay, then from 9:30 to 1:30, right?
9:30 to 1:30. Yes.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Okay, my request to everyone is, if you want to enroll, please don't delay. Don't think that Thursday will be good, Friday will be good to enroll like that, because if you miss even 1 day session, you will be missing 4 hours of training. A lot of things happens in the 4 hours of training. Let's say if you miss 2 days, you miss 8 hours of training. You will find it to catch up with the flow, because you have missed some part of the training. It's like you go to a movie, you miss initial 15 minutes of the movie. What happens? You find it difficult to catch the flow of the movie, right? Same thing happens in the training also. If you miss initial 8 hours or initial 10 hours of training, you find it difficult to catch up with the rest of the flow. So please do not delay. If you are interested, you can pay 5,000 and confirm your enrollment. The remaining fee can be paid in installments.
Hello, sir.
Now, Visitaran. Okay, one last question. Whether we can stay till 4 o'clock every day in the institute and learn anything? See, institute is open from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. all the days, even including Saturday and Sunday. Institute is open from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. You can be at the institute during this period, and you can practice the tools, or you can. There will be a person trainer with whom you can connect and get your doubts clarified. So there is no restriction that you should be leaving by 2 o'clock. You should be leaving by 3 o'clock. and there is some dedicated place where you can sit and do the preparation also. Yeah, any other question? Someone was asking question, please ask.
Yeah, hi sir. As you said, for the first 2 months, you will be covering basics, right?
Yes.
Like all the basic semiconductors and all. So will
Yes, yes.
there won't be given the access for tools for these 2 months, or
2 months tool access won't be there, because when I'm teaching basics, my expectation is that you should be doing focusing on those things and learning those things. So let's say I'm teaching you semiconductors. I don't want you to be doing floor plan at that time. Rather, you should learn what is being taught to you. So during that time, there won't be any tool access.
okay, okay, sir. Yeah.
Okay. Next, Biggie Theron. Okay, next question is Harish. Where can we see recorded video for online student, online batch? See, we have our own learning portal is there. Inskill.in, www.inskill.in. There, it's like a platform similar to Udemy. Once you log into that portal, you will be getting access to some courses where the videos will be available. It's all very easy process. Once you enroll for the course, our admin will help you with all the login details and how to log in and watch the videos also. They will help you. Next, Biki Teron. Will there be any classes today for weekday students? No, right? I mean, we are done. Today is a demo class just to give you an overview of the course. So there won't be any class after this. So once we end the session, we are done for today. Lakshman B, please share your professional profile, your expertise in of VLSI domain. See, I am basically from Andhra Pradesh, Anantapur. I have done my BTech MTech dual degree from IIT Madras 2005 passed out, and after that I worked into LSI Logic, and after that I worked into services domain. Through that I worked as a consultant with various product companies, starting from Qualcomm, TI, Cisco, Rambus, and I also worked with NXP and Cypress. So multiple companies I worked with, and I have been teaching. I have been into teaching domain since 2012, and I am into functional verification domain. And that means I have around 10 years of teaching experience, and I have quit my job in 2019. So my work experience is around 14 years, and I have teaching experience of 10 years. Now I'm full time into teaching, and I also work as a corporate trainer. That's a very brief about myself. Any other questions you have?
No, Srinivas, no.
Okay.
Please share your personal number.
Okay, sure. I'll be sharing my number. Preferably send chat message. If required, definitely we can talk. Okay.
I will ping in WhatsApp number. You can share.
Yeah, sure. I'll be sharing my number. You can just message me on that. Yeah, I've sent the number. Thank you, everyone. And for any further queries, I have given my number. You please feel free to send me a WhatsApp message. I can go through it, and if required, we can definitely have a call to clarify all your queries. So we will end the session. Thank you, everyone. And I'm sharing the details if you would like to enroll for the course. The link where you can get all the details for enrollment.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.